Namaskar, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished speakers, respected delegates, and valued participants. It is an honor to welcome you all to the 5th Regional Consultative Meeting on Ease of Doing Research and Development at Gujarat Science City, organized by Niti Aayog and hosted by Gujarat Council on Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat.
The Honorable Prime Minister has consistently emphasized the importance of improving the ease of doing science in India by removing administrative hurdles, attracting and retaining top scientific talent, strengthening our science and technology ecosystem. Yet, challenges such as complex administrative procedures, inefficiencies in grant management, and trust gaps between researchers and funding agencies still persist. This meeting is part of a nationwide series of regional consultations designed to address these challenges following successful sessions in Lucknow, Dehradun, Jammu, and Delhi.
The motive of today's gathering is to bring together policymakers, researchers, and institutional leaders to deliberate on practical reforms and actionable policy recommendations for creating a more robust, responsive, and impactful R&D environment. Niti Aayog, the National Institution for Transforming India, serves as the Government of India's apex policy think tank. It drives the country's long-term strategic vision, promotes cooperative federalism, and acts as a platform for innovation and knowledge sharing. In the context of this initiative, Niti Aayog is leading the national dialogue on the ease of doing R&D, conducting consultations, surveys, and institutional reviews, followed by converting these discussions into actionable policy recommendations.
The Gujarat Council on Science and Technology, under the Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, is the state's apex body for promoting science, technology, and innovation. GUJCOST plays a vital role in fostering research culture, nurturing talent, promoting scientific temper, and linking research with societal needs and industrial applications. Its initiatives span from grassroots science awareness to advanced research facilitation, making Gujarat a vibrant hub for science and innovation.
Together, Niti Aayog and GUJCOST aim to make research in India more efficient, collaborative, and globally competitive. Today's discussion, enriched by your expertise, will directly contribute to Niti Aayog's recommendation for enhancing the ease of doing research across public R&D institutions and universities. Let us now begin this journey of ideas by lighting the lamp, a symbol of knowledge and new beginnings.
हमारी भारतीय परंपरा के अनुसार किसी भी शुभ कार्य की शुरुआत हमेशा ईश्वर स्मरण से होती है. We are about to commence our inaugural session by lighting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. May I request Honorable Ms. P. Bharti Ma'am, IAS Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, Science and Technology, Niti Aayog, V.K. Patel Sir, Executive Director, Science City, Ahmedabad, Dr. Narottam Sahu Sir, Advisor and Member Secretary, Gujarat Council on Science and Technology, Gandhinagar, to kindly do the Deep Prajwalan. I request the dignitaries on the dais to please do the Deep Prajwalan.
Upholding the values of Atiti Devo Bhava, all the guests are equivalent to the Almighty God. It is this spirit of respect and gratitude that defines our hospitality. Today, as we begin this momentous occasion, we warmly welcome our dignitaries to the dais. Now may I request all the dignitaries for the floral welcome.
May I now invite Dr. Narottam Sahu sir, Advisor and Member Secretary, Gujarat Council on Science and Technology, Gandhinagar, to present a floral tribute to Ms. P. Bharti Madam, IAS Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat. Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Poonam Bhargava ma'am, Principal Scientific Officer, GUJCOST, to offer a floral tribute to Professor Vivek Kumar Singh sir, Senior Advisor, Science and Technology, Niti Aayog. Thank you, ma'am. May I now call upon Dr. Payal Pandit, Scientific Officer, R&D, GUJCOST, to welcome V.K. Patel sir, Executive Director, Science City, Ahmedabad, with a floral gesture of appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Vrajesh Parikh sir, General Manager, Gujarat Council on Science City, DST, Government of Gujarat, to kindly step forward and present a floral token of respect to Dr. Narottam Sahu sir, Advisor and Member Secretary, Gujarat Council on Science and Technology.
We also extend a warm welcome to our esteemed participants from RSC, CSC, IP Labs, State Science and Technology Council and the Council Network who have joined us online. We would like to invite Dr. Narottam Sahu sir, Advisor and Member Secretary, Gujarat Council on Science and Technology, Gandhinagar, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great privilege and a great excitement for a Gujarat Council on Science and Technology, Gujarat Science City, working under the aegis of a Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, to welcome all our distinguished delegates, dignitaries, to this 2 days brainstorming session and a regional consulting meeting on ease of doing research and development. On the outskirts, we are excited and we are thankful to our Secretary, Mrs. P. Bharti Ma'am, who has joined very recently, took over the charge of a Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, and to take a lead in this science, technology, innovation ecosystem in our state and for all the citizens across the state and country. So we, on behalf of GUJCOST, Science City, and this entire ease of doing research and development program, we would like to express our, we would like to welcome ma'am for this kind presence and your participation in this program as a first of its kind in our state to boost the state STI ecosystem for research and development. I would like to welcome Dr. Vivek Singh sir, the Senior Advisors, Niti Aayog, who is the man behind this movement for the entire country to take research to a great push so that our the real benefit of research and development should come to the society, societal development, and for the economic development of the nations. So in the line of a clarion call of our Honorable Prime Ministers, ease of business, so this ease of doing research and development giving another wing to remove all the obstacles from the research curriculum and to make research easy and interesting for everybody. So we welcome you, sir. And we welcome all the entire team from the Niti Aayog who are here, who has conceptualized this program and successfully conducted the 4th program. And we are hosting this 5th program for the Western region states. We are welcoming Sri Nilesh Desai sir, the Director, Space Application Center of ISRO, who is joining very soon, and our sincere thanks and regards and our esteemed welcome to all the distinguished guests from Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Gujarat who are not only the busy in their schedule, but they are very senior, very distinguished guests, honorable vice chancellors, the dean, the director of esteemed STEM institutions, the principal investigators, and all the researchers who are here to take a note that how this science, technology, research and development can take a wing from our labs to the lives and the livelihood of millions. So this is Science City. It's a sprawling campus with lots of sparking ideas and innovations. Thousands of students visit this place, and our students, our teachers, our schools, and our societies also taken a lots of benefit from this campus itself. And with our robust ecosystem, two of our students also this year, they have bring laurel for the state and country in the science Olympiads. So this is all due to our visionary planning and visionary missions of Honorable Prime Ministers and Honorable Chief Ministers with the visionary secretary of our Department of Science and Technology. So we once again welcome all of you to this 2 days program on ease of doing research and development. And I take this opportunity to welcome Sri Nilesh Desai sir, the Director, Space Application Center, Indian Space Research Organization, who is the man behind many missions successful missions of ISRO, and take our dreams to the sky and this thing. The last mission is successfully, we have seen that Navig, which is not only an Indian thought process, it has brought a global attention as the biggest scientific collaboration between ISRO and NASA. And this is this NISAR satellite, which is successfully placed in the orbit, and that mission has just initiated in the Space Application Center under the leadership of Nilesh Desai sir and in the team. So on behalf of Science City, GUJCOST and DST Gujarat, we welcome you, sir. And I request Dr. Poonam Bhargav to offer a bouquet to Sri Nilesh Desai sir. This is really an exciting moment. Today, we are also celebrating the 106th birth anniversary of Dr. Vikram A. Sarabhai, the scientist, the visionary, the institution builder of this land, Ahmedabad, and whose spirit takes every dreams and every mission to such a height that ISRO and our space program has taken a lead in the entire globe. So with this word, we would like to thank everybody for their kind support, cooperation, guidance, and together we can take research out of our lab and to integrate our lives and to benefit the livelihoods of millions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Joining us through the online platform, we are honored to welcome Dr. Raghunath Anand Mashalkar, sir. We welcome you, sir. Now, I humbly request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly offer a floral tribute to the visionary scientist and father of India's spice program, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, on the occasion of his birth anniversary. And then please have the seats. Thank you, everyone. It is a privilege to welcome Shri Nilesh Desai sir, Director, SAC ISRO Ahmedabad, to share his reflection on the 160th birth anniversary of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, the visionary who redefined India's space and research journey. We also request him to announce the 11-day National Space Day celebration across Gujarat, organized through regional science centers and community science centers in collaboration with SAC ISRO and GUJCOST. We welcome you, sir.
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais, Bharti Madam, Professor Vivek Singh Ji, Dr. Narottam Sahu Ji, Dr. Vimal Patel Sahab, and all the distinguished dignitaries present here in the audience. At the outset, let me welcome all of you for this very important meet organized by Niti Aayog related to ease of doing science. And I will link it to ease of doing R&D also, because ISRO being a research and development organization, we will insist on R&D and science as synonyms with each other. Let me first apologize for being slightly late for this program, because we were held up, as all of you know, today is Dr. Vikram Sarabhai's Janma Jayanti. So we had multiple programs right from the morning, first in PRL, followed by one in Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. So I had to rush here. Generally, it is said that better late than never. But George Bernard Shaw used to say that better never than late, because then you can protect your, at least, image. Otherwise, people will say that this fellow is always reaching late everywhere. So let me greet all of you on this occasion of especially Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, birth anniversary 106th. And as all of you know, the vision for India space program has been given by Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. Incidentally, he belonged to Ahmedabad. And we had been fortunate enough to get his guidance. Of course, I was not there, but our forefathers who were there working here in Space Application Center and earlier in PRL, they had this fortune of getting his guidance. And as all of you know, he gave the vision that we want to use space research and technology for the benefit of common man and society. And generally, what he said after that, whenever I give any presentation, I hide that particular sentence. He used to say that we are not here to compete with advanced countries to go to moon or Mars or put man in space. And today, especially after our Chandrayaan-3 success and seeing other programs like earlier Mangalyaan and now series of Chandrayaans have been planned, and Gaganyaan is anyway going on with human space flight. And recently we had our Indian astronaut going to International Space Station. So many of you will think that what Sarabhai said, don't do that, that only we are doing here at ISRO. But it is not like that, as all of you are well aware of, that this is also the need of the hour. We want India to be a superpower, if not superpower, at least a regional power. And we see the global geopolitical dynamics nowadays, how it works out. So acquiring technology is also very important, and all these missions are related to acquiring various technologies, which has many spin-offs, which will help us in doing various other activities as well. Of course, every time we discuss this point during Dr. Sarabhai's birthday, and in one of the program last year in Ahmedabad Management Association, when I gave this reference that Sarabhai used to say that we are not competing with advanced countries to go to moon or Mars, but today we are doing many of these activities. And of course, you may be aware that this is only 25-30% of activity which ISRO does. Rest 70% is what Sarabhai envisaged, that we want to use space research for the benefit of common man and society, which involves satellite communication, especially for disaster management, then navigation, which is going to be a very important element in our activities, as well as remote sensing. And the effect of all these missions you saw during the recent Operation Sindoor, as many of you may be well aware of. Now, when I was discussing this during the last year's Ahmedabad Management Association conference, Dr. Kartikeya Sarabhai gave a different twist to the whole thing. He said that what Sarabhai didn't say that don't do all these activities. What he said was that we will do it in our own way. So going to moon, if you're, for example, seeing the capabilities of our launcher, nobody, any other country will not attempt to go to moon with the capacities which our launcher has. It can carry only 4 tons into space. But still we are able to go to moon and travel this large distance through a very innovative way. So what Kartikeya Sarabhai used to say was that we will use our own innovative ways to achieve all these missions, like moon mission or now human space flight missions. So that is his take on that. All of you may be aware that recently we celebrated 100th birthday of one of our other forefather, Dr. Chitnis, who took over Space Application Center after Professor Yashpal. Professor Yashpal was our first director in Space Application Center, ISRO Ahmedabad. And after him, Dr. Chitnis, and he has just completed 100 years. Now, Sarabhai, if he would have been alive, would have been 106 today, while Dr. Chitnis has completed 100 years on 25th July. And we met him recently on his birthday to greet him on his 100th birthday. And he told a very different thing about Sarabhai. He said that every day I grieve for Dr. Vikram. Why? Because he was not much more younger than Sarabhai. Sarabhai would have been 106, he is already 100. And he is the only surviving ISRO scientist who has completed 100 years. But this apart, what he said was that every day I grieve for Dr. Vikram, because I remember that what this country has lost with the untimely death of Dr. Sarabhai. He died at the age of 52, all of you are aware of that, 1919 to 1971, that he died at such an early age. Had he lived another 15-20 years, it would have been a great achievement for the country, because what he would have thought about our country's activities in related to science and technology, you cannot imagine. And one day of life of Sarabhai is equal to, he said, 2 days of any other normal human being. So that was the impact Sarabhai could have done. So from this itself we can imagine what a genius he was. So today on his birthday we remember him for all his, what he achieved in such a short span of the age of 52 years. And he was a great institution builder. All of you are aware of that. What you see here in Ahmedabad, all these institutes, whether it is IIM or ATIRA or PRL or SEC or many other things, that is thanks to the vision what Dr. Sarabhai gave. So today on this occasion, let us all remember Dr. Vikram Sarabhai and strive to achieve the vision and the mission what he gave for India's space program. Not only India's space program, he was heading atomic energy program also and involved in various activities related to science and technology. So today and another thing I would like to emphasize is what the culture he gave to ISRO. We call it ISRO culture, and especially our Space Application Center, SAC culture, such an openness and transparency. Even a young engineer who has just joined recently can question the topmost person, whether director or chairman ISRO. So that is the openness we try to promote. And ease of doing science or ease of doing R&D, the base fundamental element is that there should be openness and transparency. And there should not be any authoritarian attitude and bossism, as they call it. So on this day occasion, and when you are organizing this, I will compliment Niti Aayog and Professor Vivek Singh for organizing this event, and I am sure that it will open up new ideas related to ease of doing science, ease of doing R&D in various institutions where we are faced with many challenges and problems. Of course, we have already submitted our approach paper to Niti Aayog related to what we want or what should be done, especially decentralization of the whole activity. That should be the major emphasis, because decentralization will always bring in more accountability and more progress. That is what I personally think about that. So wish you all the best for this conference, and thank one again for calling me here for this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we have Ms. P. Bharti Madam, IAS Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, to address the gathering on strengthening the science and technology and innovation ecosystem for a Viksit Bharat.
Respected Dr. Raghunath Anant Maileskar, former DG CSIR, who joined online, Shri Nilesh Desai ji, Director Space Application Center, ISRO Ahmedabad, Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, Niti Ayog, Dr. Narottam Sahu, our Advisor to GUJCOST, Shri Vimal Patel, ED, Gujarat Science City, distinguished scientists, innovators, partners from academia and industry, members of the media, and my dear colleagues from DST, GUJCOST and Science City, and all delegates who joined online, Namaskar and warm greetings. Though I am very new, I really feel very happy and proud, privileged to be here today at Gujarat Science City, a symbol of our collective quest for knowledge. As we commemorate 106th birth anniversary of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai ji, a towering figure in our Indian science and a son of Gujarat, whose vision continues to illuminate our path. Dr. Sarabhai firmly believed that we must strive for excellence not just for its own sake, but because excellence in science and research must ultimately serve the cause of human progress. Today, as we gather for this regional consultative meeting on ease of doing research and development, we are not just paying tribute to his legacy, but carrying it forward with new intent, fresh ideas, and united resolve. This meeting, initiated by Niti Ayog, is a part of a broad national movement to identify bottlenecks, brainstorm solutions, design actionable frameworks that make India's research and innovation landscape more inclusive, agile, and globally competitive. We are privileged to host today as Gujarat state. From all progressive states, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra, representing a collective scientific strength, institutional depth, innovative spirit of Western India. Your presence here underscores a shared commitment to transform R&D governance in alignment with national vision. This initiative also aligns with transformative vision of Anusandhan National Research Foundation, ANRF, launched by Government of India. It seeks to revolutionize national R&D economic system, fostering a robust research culture, encouraging cross-sectoral collaboration, and doubling national expenditure on R&D. All of you know ease of doing research is no longer a luxury, it is a necessity. We must empower our scientists and scholars by removing unnecessary hurdles, simplifying process, and creating spaces for unfettered inquiry and collaboration. Gujarat always stood at the forefront of scientific and technological advancement under the valuable guidance of our Honorable Prime Minister and leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister. We have adopted a cluster-based, mission-driven approach to research and innovation. From regional science centers to STEM education labs, from innovation labs to startup incubators, Gujarat is nurturing a fertile ecosystem where knowledge meets application and discovery meets development. But still there is a lot more to be done. We must digitize and streamline research proposals and grant dispersals, reduce administrative friction and increase transparency, encourage cross-institutional and institutional international collaborations, support blue sky research alongside applied R&D, and equip our institutions with robust infrastructure, autonomy, and visionary leadership. So, dear delegates, this consultative meeting is a platform for transformation. Let this not be just ceremonial, let it be a catalytic development to take it forward. So let us draw inspiration from legacy of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai ji, who not only dreamed of a self-reliant scientific India, but laid the institutional foundation to realize it. Let us together create an ecosystem where research is not a privilege, but a platform for participation, discovery, and national building. Together, let us accelerate our efforts for Viksit Bharat, where doing and research is not a struggle, but a joy, not a privilege, but a right, not just a job, but a mission to serve society and humanity at large. Thank you all for your presence and your valuable contributions and your commitment to scientific excellence. Jai Jai Gujarat, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan, and Jai Anushandan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to outline the purpose, scope, and the expected outcome of this meeting, I invite Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor Science and Technology, Niti Aayog, to speak on the theme.
So good morning, everyone. Ms. P. Bharti, Secretary, DST, Government of Gujarat, Dr. Desai, Dr. Narottam Sahuji, and Dr. Patel, and distinguished R&D and academic leaders in the audience. And also, we are very privileged and fortunate to be joined online by Dr. R. Mashilkar. You know, we all know him, and it would be a fortunate time to listen to him today. Well, first of all, would like to thank you very much on behalf of Niti Aayog and on my personal behalf, and also on behalf of Dr. Saraswat, who, the member Niti Aayog, who could not make it to the inaugural, but he'll be coming today in the evening. So Honorable PM is taking a meeting today on Civil Nuclear Supplies Bill, so he'll be, reaching today, and he'll be here with us throughout tomorrow. So I'm here to quickly brief about what this entire exercise is about, and as you may have already seen, this is the 5th edition of consultative meeting on ease of doing research and development. So the idea is, and these consultative meetings are held in a decentralized manner where the Niti Aayog team is going to different places of the country. So it's not that, everybody coming to Delhi, sitting in a room and discussing. We always go out and we try to find out what are the problems, obstacles that the whole R&D landscape in India is facing. That may be specific to the region, or that may be generic in nature where we have problems. So this is the broader purpose, and we already had 4 meetings, and this is the 5th, and we have next 3 meetings aligned. So this meeting has participants from Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Maharashtra, and this would be followed by meetings in Hyderabad, meeting in Trivandrum, meeting in Guwahati. So just to give you a very brief about what this exercise is about and what Niti Aayog is doing in the domain of science and technology, I have a very brief presentation to go through that. So as you could see here, in Niti, there are a lot of things that we do, and being a policy think tank, there are different areas that we try to contribute. We work very closely with line ministries, and being the government policy think tank, there are a lot of ways in which we contribute in the policy paradigm. And science and technology is one of them. We also work on e-mobility, we work on energy, we work on a number of sectors that you may already be aware of. So if you look at science and technology at Niti Aayog, largely we are responsible for formulating and advising on science and technology programs for Government of India, and also for programs which are state specific. In order to fulfill that, we do a lot of research studies, we organize brainstorming sessions, we organize consultative meetings, we do evaluations, and so on. And if we, try to outline what is the most distinctive thing that science and technology in Niti Aayog is doing, is essentially 2 important things that you could see at the bottom of the slide: interministerial coordination and engagement with states. So what we do is, there are a lot of things which a particular line ministry cannot do, and that is where we come into picture. And ease of doing R&D is one of them, because R&D is something which is being supported by a number of line ministries. And so across line ministries, any problems where we need coordination, we are always there to pitch in and to help this entire process. So Niti Aayog is also doing certain things directly, and one of them is India's participation in Global Innovation Index. Many of you may already be aware of the fact that India has improved significantly in its Global Innovation Index rank, and this ranking is done by World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. And if you could see on the infographic on the slide, we have improved from 81 in 2015 to 39 in 2024. So we are on a forward path, and Niti Aayog could play an important role here because we have an interministerial coordination committee, so we are largely responsible for data uploads, data provisioning, number one. Number two, there are a number of issues where, so this index has 80 plus indicators, and some of these indicators are not that relevant for developing economies. So there are a number of issues where we could take up with World Intellectual Property Organization to correct them, to make them more inclusive, to make them more responsive to developing economies. So in different ways we could play a role, and what you see here is we have improvement. On the same lines, we developed another index which many of you may be aware, that's called India Innovation Index, which is trying to map GIA at the level of Indian state. Then we also do some work on R&D specific to state institutions, and some of you may have got an opportunity to see our report last year on improving the culture of R&D in state universities and institutions. So if you could not see, it is available on Niti Aayog website, it could be downloaded. So this talks about what are the systemic changes that are necessary for improving the R&D culture in state institutions specifically. Moving forward, we also did a work on state S&T councils, so GUJCOST is one of them. So there are 35 state councils that we have, but we saw that many of these councils have problems of different kinds. Some of them are similar, some of them are specific to the region that they represent. So we organized a set of consultative meetings, we did brainstorming, we did a workshop, and we came up with a set of recommendations to strengthen the state S&T councils, and the report has been released, as you could see in the figure at the bottom, by the Vice Chairman Niti Aayog in presence of Honorable Minister Science and Technology and Honorable Member Science and Technology, Niti Aayog. Then another thing that we are developing is, so Niti maintains a portal called Niti for States, and that can be accessed on nitiforstates.gov.in. And there you could see a lot of data about states. Now this data relates to different sectors ranging from agriculture to, to transportation, to different DBT schemes and so on. Science and technology is being added in that, and now we are developing a science and technology output of Indian states, where very soon you'd be able to see different indicators for different states, ranging from indicators on the input side, which ranges from the gross expenditure on R&D by each state as part of GSDP, the FT data for states, and also in terms of outputs, where do states stand in terms of total publications that they produce, total patents that are filed, technologies that are developed, and so on. And the last and most important thing to mention here is, many of us, and this would also be part of ease of doing initiative that we are taking forward, is many times when we try to apply for R&D grant, we have to fill up different project proposals from different ministries. So if you want to apply for a proposal in DST, you have to fill a specific proforma in DST. If you want to do it for DBT, you have to do it again. And many times you end up repeating the same thing. You have to put up your CV, you have to put up your institution details and so on. And that works, that applies to, if you go to MIT, to MNRE, to NRF and so on. So what we have done, and this is something that we started directly on the directive of the Honorable Prime Minister, that why can't we have a single portal where all the R&D funding grants are exposed? And anyone who is willing to apply for R&D funding can apply on that portal. And again, because this could not have been done by any individual line ministry, Niti Aayog was entrusted with this responsibility, and we are developing this portal, which would be a big step in terms of the ease of doing R&D, because this would be a single platform, likely to be ready by end of this year. This would be the single platform where all R&D proposals could be submitted. Everything that you have, a lot of information would be there and so on. So this is being developed in collaboration with Ministry of IT, specifically with National E-Governance Division. And we are in a very advanced stage, and we are putting all our best efforts that this is rolled out in time. So this is something, these are some important initiatives that we did recently. And coming specifically to the theme of ease of doing research and development, what we are essentially doing is, we are all aware of the problems. So you're all distinguished academic leaders, R&D leaders, and many of you may have been facing as individual scientists as well as science administrators problems related to grant management, related to procurement, related to different regulations, related to global tender inquiry. So there are a lot of problems that we face, and that is something which is reflected in different stories that we come across. And what you see on the slide is a set of snips from different newspapers. So this is the unfortunate unease, and some of these problems are of temporary nature that started during last few years. There was no gem before 2017, and I would say there was much ease earlier, but in the process of trying to improve, we have ended up creating a lot of problems also. Now we are there to correct those problems, to identify what these problems are and in what ways they could be addressed. So going by this, we have started a very comprehensive exercise of identifying all kind of bottlenecks. Now these bottlenecks are not limited only to regulations or to procurement, but also to the fact that we need appropriate institutional structures in institutions to do R&D. We need sufficient manpower. We need proper career progression schemes. So there are a number of areas where we can improve significantly. And if we look, what is the global order now, this becomes very important. Now, many of you may have seen the import duties on China were suspended for another period of 90 days. So the fact is, if you are strong, you have the power to negotiate. Okay. So what we need to do, and going forward, what our Honorable Prime Minister has been saying for a long time is the Make in India initiative and ease of doing R&D supplements and complements that initiative. And this is something that we started recently on comprehensively mapping all the challenges. And as the sub-theme of this workshop says, removing obstacles, promoting enablers. So we are in the process of identifying obstacles, trying to remove them, and at the same time, putting in place the positive enablers which can enhance the R&D ecosystem of the country. So in this process, we aim to develop a strategic roadmap and also to develop model guidelines. Now, model guidelines are very important because if you talk to institutions, most of the institutions face problems in translation. We have problems in terms of establishing MOUs with international organizations. So this is something where if there are templates, there are guidelines that exist, that could be easier for many institutions to go forward. So in this process, we are organizing a number of activities. So what we started in the month of March and April is to write open-ended letters to 300 plus R&D institutions in the country. So we wrote to all R&D institutions under DST, DBT, MIT, CSIR, ISRO, DAE, and so on. And within a period of about 20 days, we got 100 plus responses. So this was a very simple, open-ended email where we wrote to all these institutions to tell what are the major problems that they're facing. So we didn't expect anything more than 30, 40 responses, but in about 14 days, we got 100 plus responses, and that, gave us a kind of message that there are a number of problems that exist and they need to be corrected. And that is where we started this thing. So the second initiative that we started, largely being informed by the inputs that we got from the first process, is the regional consultative meetings. Now, where we go to different places, we try to bring in institutional leaders from the region. And when we do so, now, as you see here in this meeting and as well as in all the other meetings, what we do is you'll always have people from academic institutions, you have people from R&D institutions under different ministries, you have people from state institutions and so on. So other than trying to know region-specific challenges, we also understand challenges that are there under different sectors. And as a byproduct or as a side benefit that we get is that we are able or we are enablers of establishing connects across the R&D institutions within a specific region. So we have already organized 4 meetings. This is the 5th that we are organizing, 3 more to go, and we will complete this exercise by end of September. Another important initiative is to roll out nationwide surveys, and this is also rolled out. Now, in the first 2 exercises, we have been getting inputs from institutional heads, but we thought it would be important to reach to individual scientists as well. And that is where we initiated the nationwide survey. And the 3 national science academies are partnering on this exercise with us. This is already rolled out. INSA, International Science Academy, National Academy of Sciences India, has already rolled out. Indian Academy of Sciences is going to join soon. And as post-consultation exercise, we also send the survey questionnaire to all the participants in all the consultative meetings to circulate within their own institutions. So by end of tomorrow, most of you will also be getting an email with the link to this survey, and I would request all of you to please circulate among researchers within your institution so that we could get responses. Now, it is not the case that we are not aware of any of the problems. We are aware of a lot of the problems. But the fact is, when we go to the top policymakers, we go to PMO, and we have to report to them, these responses would be a big strength to us. In the sense that what we say would not be our own wisdom, but this would be a wisdom collected from a large participation. And that is where this strengthens the viewpoint that we are trying to do. And finally, we'll organize brainstorming sessions to dwell upon whatever that we collect, and to develop that, to transform that into actionable insights and a roadmap. So outcomes would be formulation of a comprehensive framework and also a set of model guidelines on different activities. Now, these are some snapshots of the regional meetings. The first one hosted by the Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh, where we had participants from Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, and also some from Uttarakhand. This was followed by the meeting hosted by CSIR, Indian Institute of Petroleum at Dehradun, where we had participants from West UP, from Dehradun, and a part of Himachal. Then the third meeting was held on 14-15 July at IIT Jammu, hosted by IIT Jammu, and graced by the presence of the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji. Now, this had participants from Jammu, Kashmir, Punjab, and Himachal Pradesh. And then the fourth meeting held recently last week in Niti Aayog to represent regions, institutions from Haryana, Delhi, NCR, and some other places nearby. Now, this is the fifth meeting, and when we organize these meetings, we always in the sessions that we plan, we always try to pick up some certain items which are more region specific. And as you could see here, we have a session specifically on applied and translational research. The kind of ecosystem that Gujarat has, Maharashtra has, Rajasthan has, Madhya Pradesh has, this is a very important topic, and that is where we thought this should be there. And also enhancing access to knowledge resources. InflibNet is in Gujarat, which is rolling out One Nation, One Subscription, and a lot of other initiatives that are going to come. So we thought this would be a good session to plan here. So based on the inputs collected so far, what we could identify is we categorized most of the challenges into these 7 categories. Problems related to infra, because if you want to do research and development, you need infra. You need labs, you need equipment, and so on. And at the same time, you also need people who can do research, so human resources. And we also need funding to run our labs, to support our manpower, and so on. But at the same time, we also need access to knowledge resources. And finally, we need to overcome challenges related to regulations. We need institutional structures. We need appropriate guidelines for technology translation and enabling structures for that. So these are the 7 key elements around which we are trying to fit in all the inputs that we receive. And whatever we learn from all of you would be a great input to this exercise. Now, we could contribute a bit, as you could see here. So you see 2 memorandums, 2 OMs. The 2024 OM, as you could see here, this was largely based on inputs collected by Niti Aayog, where we got relaxations in the GFR in terms of ceilings for maintenance of equipment, for a number of things. That was the first OM. Second, recently released, which relaxed the purchase procedures that you could bypass GEM procurement for a number of things. The GTA approvals were relaxed and so on. So a number of things where we contributed. And we continue with this, and going by what our Honorable Prime Minister has been saying over a period of time, so this is from the 108th Indian Science Congress address in 2023, is that research would be relevant if it comes out of the lab and reaches to the land. He talks about research being available from journal to Jabeen and from research to real life. And this is our driving force. We continue working with this guiding force, and we look forward to your valuable inputs, insights, experiences, which can help us in, as we say, removing obstacles and promoting enablers. So thank you very much for being here, and I look forward to your inputs. And let me assure you, the whole Niti Aayog team is completely committed to take all these inputs and to convert into actionable insights in whatever form that we can do. So thank you very much. And as you see here, you have the QR code for the questionnaire, which will be circulated tomorrow. So thank you once again. Looking forward to your inputs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vivek sir. Joining us through the online platform, we have Dr. Raghunath Anand Mashalkar, former Director General of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research.
Nagar to present a memento to Miss P. Bharti Madam, IAS Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat.
Hello. Can you see the presentation? Hello.
Director Space Application Center, ISRO.
Can you see the presentation? Yes, sir. He said. Shall I start the presentation? Shall I start the presentation? Phone कर दे भाई.
Joining us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Okay. So, first of all, thank you very much, Niti Aayog, Department of Science and Technology, Gujarat, and the Gujarat Science and Technology Council for inviting me to speak today on an extraordinarily important topic, which is ease of doing research and development. And as I put down here, this is a view from a personal window. I remember returning to India in 1976. So this will be the 50th year that I've been serving science in India. So some of the remarks that you will see will be based on my own personal experience while doing science. If you look at the research, development, and innovation scenario in India, there are different parameters which we can look at and look at India's ranking globally. For example, in number of institutions, we are number one, obviously because of the size of the country. Number of enrolled students are number two, research, number three, patent filings, we have risen to number 6, and number of citations also we have risen to 9. This is all good news, but not such a good news is here. The Global Innovation Index is 39. Now we are happy, as Dr. Singh was mentioning, that we have risen from 83 to 39. But at the same time, China has risen to 12, basically. So I think we should have a divine discontent in terms of doing better and better. In fact, I can tell you that I've been a member of the International Advisory Board of GI right from the beginning. And when we jumped, Dr. Singh, from 83 to 61, it was not because suddenly we became more innovative. It was simply, like you said, there were parameters they were not taking into account at all, as a matter of fact. And when they were accounted for, that made a difference. And then continuously in partnership with Niti Aayog, I remember I used to be in touch with some of the key people then. We have basically improved, but we have a long way to go. GDP allocation to R&D, we are 54, a very low number. Number of researchers per million population, we are 83, and academia industry collaborations, 86. I think my desire would be that by the time we talk about Vikasit Bharat 2047, we should be all in single digit. We should be all in top 10. But this is the ground reality. Indian science, despite these numbers have some meaning, but not all. I think what we have to ask is, whenever there is a challenge before India, has Indian science risen to the occasion? And the answer is yes. For example, this wonderful book which is coming up, At War with Single Strand, how Indian science fought COVID-19 pandemic, there's something to be extraordinarily proud of. We saved hundreds of millions of lives, digital and molecular surveillance, rapid and economical diagnostics. We are importing from China, for example, new drugs and repurposing of drugs, hospital-assisted devices and PPEs, supply chain and logistics support systems. Everywhere Indian science contributed. And we also had our indigenous vaccines. And it was not only just the Indians that were saved, but several in the other countries were also saved. So I'm proud of Indian science, that when the crisis comes, we help. And of course, there is another war where we talk about Sindoor and how our technology has played a great role, is very widely known, and that's another pride. So I think numbers are fine. We will keep on improving them, but contributing, like our Honorable Prime Minister has said, from research to reality is very important. There is something else that I'm proud of, which people do not recognize, and that is that India has the highest R&D publications productivity per unit dollar spending among leading economies. That means in $1, how much can you get? India is number one. And this is our competitiveness. UK number 2, Australia number 4, China number 5, Germany number 6, US number 7, and Japan number 12. Or in other words, in order to get the same intellectual output in terms of papers, for example, someone like Japan will have to spend 12 times. And this is exactly where India is becoming a global R&D platform. I remember in 1995, I had given the Thapar Memorial Oration, where India's rise as a global R&D hub. And Dr. Manmohan Singh, who was then the finance minister, had chaired that. And I had predicted that this is exactly what is going to happen in future. Of course, people call me a dangerous optimist, but that has happened. There are more than 1,500 R&D centers. Now they have become what are they called a GCC, Global Capacity Center, out of which research is only one part. And the answer actually what happened was that National Chemical Laboratory, when I was the director, we started licensing our patents to the multinationals, and one of them was General Electric. And Jack Welch said, if they're so good, why are we not there? And they opened up an R&D center. And I remember I was invited there because the trigger came from our partnership. And when the people asked him, why are you here? He said, I get the highest intellectual capital per dollar in India. I think that's a great advantage that we have. That does not mean we should reduce our money because we are so competitive. If we sort of improve our R&D spend, which is one of the lowest today, as you can see from this table on R&D expenditure, we can be far more competitive of the rest of the world. That is the message I'd like to give through this slide. Now, first of all, I want to give a hearty applause for recent reforms of the government. I want to thank the Prime Minister, the Minister of Science and Technology, and government departments which took that part. But as Thomas Alva Edison has said, you can always do better. So I will give you my thoughts in terms of what is it that we can do better. For example, delegation of procurement powers to institutional heads, non-GM purchase allowed, as Dr. Singh rightly said. So what is good about it is that it removes a major bottleneck, especially for specialized R&D equipment unavailable in GEM. And secondly, it speeds up time-sensitive research. But what could be next, actually? I always have a divine discontent in terms of doing better and better and better and better as far as my nation is concerned. What we could do is introduce pre-approved vendor panels for high-end scientific instruments with quality certification to avoid ad hoc selection risks, number one. Number two, enable direct international purchases for low-volume cutting-edge instruments without cumbersome customs clearance, and add single window digital tracking portal for all purchases to ensure transparency and audit. Now, second, very welcome, revised GFR limits, 1 lakh to 2 lakh for direct purchase, 1 to 10 lakh to 2 to 25 lakh for committee purchase, and vendor threshold of 50 lakh to 1 crore. This is good. And what is good about it is that it aligns financial rules with real-world inflation and R&D cost structures and empowers local decision-making, which was not existing. But what could be next? I think we have to make limits automatically inflation indexed every 3 years to avoid a policy lag. Allow multi-year framework contracts for recurring consumables, avoiding repeated tenders, and adopt some of the key changes that we have suggested in a paper that I wrote along with Ajay Shah, great economist, and Thomas, another economist, because GFR is the key. And those of you who are interested, these have just appeared recently, Rethinking Innovation Policy in India, Amplifying Spillovers Through Contracting Out, is a big paper. I won't have chance to sort of go through what else should be done as far as GFR is concerned. And we also argued in favor of reorientation of public spending on innovation away from building vertical government organizations in favor of contracting out strategies like NASA does and others and so on and so forth. So if you have time and inclination, please do have a read. What I'm saying is that what we have done is work in progress. There is a lot more to be done. The third is institutional heads can approve GTs up to 200 crore. And what is good about it is that it removes central bottleneck for large research projects, gives fast access to globally sourced state-of-the-art infrastructure. But what could be next? We have to establish fast-track customs clearance lanes for research equipment under GTs, allow advanced planning imports, procurement before final project sanction, where delay risks are high, and create a national database of past GT to prevent duplication and leverage bulk buying power. The fourth one I like very much is the overall procurement reform impact. And what is good about it is that there is a collective measures cut red tape, improve autonomy, and could reduce procurement time from 12 to 18 months to under 6 months. That's good news. But what we could also do is pair autonomy with agile internal audit, real-time oversight instead of post-facto fault finding. And in today's digital world, it is entirely possible. Secondly, link procurement reforms with maintenance and AMC planning so that expensive imported equipment does not become dead assets, and extend reforms to grant utilization flexibility. That's very, very important. So underspends can be reallocated to equipment, travel, or manpower without again going to the ministry. I must say something about bureaucracy. Ease of doing science the cry for debureaucratization. I've attended all these meetings where the Prime Minister has been speaking. I've been myself member of Science and Technology Council to the Prime Minister almost for 3 decades. I've been attending the Science Congress and Bhatnagar Prizes ceremony when I was DG of CSR for 11 years. What I hear here is this. For example, Atalji said in 1997, and I was the DG then, I was there on the dais, bureaucratization rather than the lack of money was the stumbling block for the progress of science in this country. Administrators and government officials should be facilitators, not masters of science. These are very strong words, but Atalji saying it has a meaning. Then ease of doing science, again, our PM, Dr. Manmohan Singh, in the Indian Science Congress. I was present there, I heard him. A bureaucratic-oriented approach must be shunned as it demotivates our scientific talent and compels our best professionals to spend their time and energy on unproductive matters. And the nation is the loser when this happens to a profession in which motivation, determination, and concentrated pursuit of excellence are the key to success. And of course, our own beloved Prime Minister, he has a different way of putting things, always very powerful. And what he said, and I was there in the audience, our scientists should be able to explore the mysteries of science and not get stuck in government proceedings. You know, so from 1997 to 2015, or almost for 2 decades, every Prime Minister has worry about bureaucracy. And the bureaucracy, I'm afraid, has not decreased, it has increased. And that is something that has to be urgently dealt with. Dr. Singh talked about 7 factors. I'm talking about 6 fundamentals, but most of what he has said is absolutely correct and is covered. So I'm going to go through 6 fundamentals that are important. First, you can't do research without funding. So there has to be a stable funding, predictable funding, and adequate funding, enough funding. And why is that so? Because India's GERD is just 0.65% of GDP versus China's 2.7%, EU's 3.4%, US 3.5%, and so on. And Indian industry is the lowest investor, 0.2%, versus UK's 10 times more, 2.1%, US 2.7%, Korea 3.9%. Now, I do know that there are continuous efforts to see as to how the private sector investment can be increased, and our PSA had also had meetings on that. The good news is that India has started mission level funds, for example, ANRF that was talked about. But we must ensure overall predictable and large multi-year research funding at scale. That is very important. So what I would suggest is the committing multi-year R&D targets, phase path to 2% GRD, ring-fenced multi-year fellowships and central grants, simplified continuity rules for continuing awards. This is extremely important. Second, the existing R&D fund disbursement mechanism requires overall. You allocate funds, but by the time the scientist receives it, how much time does it take, as a matter of fact? And it has caused havoc. I remember in my 11 and a half years as DG of CSR, I've seen that. Institutes have been made to open ZBSA or hybrid TSA accounts for every project funded by a government funding agency. And managing hundreds of such accounts in an institute is difficult, especially since bringing them seamlessly into digitalized governance system of the institute is very difficult. So similarly, creating the statement of expenditure and utilization certificates for ZBSA and TSA account of every project and at a high frequency is a challenging task because of the complex existing administrative processes. So therefore, we require significant process reforms at funding agency level, at R&D institutional level, and at financial institutes, that is bank level. And these have to be all coordinated. Because if we do that, even if you increase your funding and so on and so forth, nothing is going to happen because we'll get bottlenecked in all this. Then there is a question, second fundamental is simplified regulatory and administrative processes on procurement approvals to which Professor Singh also made a mention. Why this is important? Because in the past, procurement and multiple clearance layers spanning finance, state, union ministers have historically delayed equipment acquisition and project initiation. So evidence underscores the need for change, and recent reforms are now being introduced to streamline procurement, and this is most welcome. But we must have a true one-stop digital portal. See, India is a leader, has to become a leader in digital transformation in every sense of the way. And that is also applicable to ease of doing science and connected parameters. So, through one-stop digital portal for grant procurement ethics, higher direct purchase thresholds for research, pre-approved vendor list for scientific gear is something that we can easily do, and that can make a big difference. In fact, poor digitalization uh, and process inefficiencies and opacity, all administrative processes are not digitalized at one platform. So what is happening is that in the name of digitalization, we are making a caterpillar a faster caterpillar. Okay, because some components are digitalized, some others are not. So fundamentally, you don't change your character. You remain a caterpillar. What India needs is a digital transformation, a caterpillar to butterfly. And in many sectors, this is happening. Why not for doing ease of doing science? We should seriously look at it. And if somebody can do that, India can do that. This is the advances that we have made in science. This is the most important part, by the way. Science is done by minds who are curious, who are creative, who can think game changing, and for them the career paths and postdoc ecosystems become important. Because our challenge is limited competitive starting packages, uncertain postdoc careers, slow recruitment processes, and low salaries vis-a-vis global hubs. And that encourages brain drain. Brain drain has not stopped. So some schemes, fellowship startups exist, but never have achieved the kind of scale and predictability. In fact, I've written extensively about this in comparison to China. In fact, the number of people they were able to bring back is 10 times more than what we have been able to do. So National Earlier Career Dependent Independent Award, competitive startup grants, fast national hiring track for returning diaspora is extremely important. Here, let me go a little bit personal. What do you mean by fast hiring track? The year was 1974, and I got a telex message from Dr. Tilak, the director of NCL. At that time, it was telex, by the way, not fax and email, saying that I should meet Dr. Naidumma, who was then the DG of CSR. I met him, and he made an offer on the spot after hearing the kind of work that I was doing. And all that he did was to write on a piece of paper that he was carrying, "He's fantastic, grab him," and sent it to Dr. Tilak. And that was my appointment later. Can you do that? You can't do that today. In fact, going here, let me tell you, engineers don't get Nobel Prize, but then the second highest honor is FRS, Fellowship of Royal Society. Do you know in 363 years, how many engineering scientists from India have received FRS? 3. One was Professor Rudam Narasimha, he is no more. Second is my great guru, Professor Sharma, and third is myself. Do you know the story for me and Professor Sharma, the way I was hired in an ad hoc way, if you like, based on trust? Professor Sharma was just 27, and he became the first FRS, by the way, in the 20th century. Okay? He was just 27. He did not have 10 years experience. Nobody asked him about that. They saw the potential and tracked it. So my concern is that it is the trust that matters. And if what India suffers from is trust deficit, so as to say. We could go and pick up people, basically offer them on the spot, and of course, regularize them. That system has stopped. There are so many cumbersome processes that we have. There must be challenges in talent acquisition and retention that will be tackled. Over the years, the recruitment processes for scientists, researchers in publicly funded research institutions like CSR have become rigid and obsolete. In the name of what? In the name of transparency and in the name of fairness. As of now, only entry-level researchers are allowed to be recruited. Lateral level recruitment has been stopped. Thus, institutions are unable to recruit experienced scientists, researchers who could start new and emerging areas of research such as AI, quantum computing, and so on. And India will stand to lose the advantage of recruiting talented, experienced researchers available from across the global Indian diaspora. And as you know, thanks to what is happening in the US and what is happening there, university research, there are young people in these cutting edge areas who are wanting to come back. And I've been trying to convince them that, look, India is a land of opportunity now, please sort of come back. All right, but we must have simple processes in order to get that. I remember when the Soviet Union collapse took place, some of the best engineers I remember for National Aerospace Laboratory in particular, how we were able to go by going out of the way. I think this is a time to get them back because there are driving forces. The fourth is, of course, procurement efficiency, speed, vendor policy, customs. And why? Because historically, rigid lowest bid tendering and GEM mandates cause delays and quality issues. Custom clearance for scientific imports has produced long waits, impacting time-sensitive experiments. Recent policy changes signal a very welcome improvement, but its implementation will matter. So I think the solution is a simple one. We should exempt critical research imports from routine tendering, fast-track customs lanes for accredited labs, accept technical evaluation over purely L1 price for specialized equipment. Everywhere, I'm not just stating a problem, I'm giving a solution. I never like to be a part of a problem, like to be a part of a solution. So what you are seeing on the right-hand side is a solution. Then translation and industry linkages are extraordinarily important. Why? Because university currently, if you see the technology transfer offices are uneven, contracting IP negotiation is slow, and industry perceives academia as hard to partner with because there is no alignment in terms of their purpose. Normally, sort of labs, etc., will go up to TRL 3. Industry's expectation will be TRL 9. And this is where the big opportunity of that 1 lakh crore fund comes in, because this particular gap, TRL 9 is something that you can commercialize, all right, whereas TRL 3, 4 is still in the development stage. And there is a big gap, and that gap can be actually filled by using this fund. I think that's a very powerful instrument we can have. I must admit some success stories exist, but they are exceptions rather than they are widespread. We must make them widespread. So we must have standardized national model IP contracts, seed bridging, funds for spin-outs, incentives for faculty entrepreneurship, and so on. Then the administrative barriers for entrepreneurship need to be released. I think first of all, we said we spin out companies from the labs. In fact, I remember when I took over in 1995 as DG of CSR, in the very first meeting, we had created a scientist entrepreneurship scheme, where a scientist could go out for 3 years, keep his job, and do research-based sort of startups. There were no takers. There was no sort of mindset. Now, of course, startups, thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister, the way he made India from a starting up nation to a startup nation is incredible. But if you look at spinning out companies from research institutions, it has become increasingly difficult due to complex procedural matters and archaic mindsets of some of the administration. Licensing terms for startups and spin-outs. No clear policies for creating simpler and supportive licensing terms for startup spin-outs from research institutes such as national labs. And amazingly, the financial terms for transferring IP from laboratories to startup remain identical to those offered to large corporations. If somebody is coming out from the lab doing it, shouldn't there be a consideration? Should he be treated like a rich industrialist? So this fails to account for the unique constraints and need of early stage ventures. This needs to be corrected. Then incentivizing academy industry collaboration, of course, has been talked a lot. But working with industry for co-developing technologies is a significant effort that is much higher in terms of quantum complexity and risk compared to purely academic research. I'll tell you, in 1993, there was this Mashelkar Committee report. There have been 16 Mashelkar Committee reports, as you know, National Auto Policy, this, that, and the other, on commercializing CSR knowledge base. And there I had proposed incentives for those who do this work. And while defending that, I had said that somebody who sits in an air-conditioned office across his computer, and then I took the example of Ensilium technology, which we are actually commercializing, and the plant was being commissioned in Saharanpur, where my scientists, in those sort of hot summer days, without fans, with mosquitoes biting, were staying there for 14 days. Is that the same? Shouldn't there be a special consideration for those who try to convert ideas into impact? One way to consider this is a monetary incentive over and above monthly emoluments. And such incentives were introduced. And they are widely practiced globally by many academic institutions in India. But ours, not for all. For example, CSR laboratories have stopped this practice, which had started after the implementation of Mashelkar Committee Report 1993. I took over in 1905 on commercialization of CSR knowledge base. In contrast, IITs, yes, they are allowed, educational institutions. So I would say you can't differentiate like this. There should be a uniform policy across academic R&D institutions to encourage incentivization, leading to more collaborations. I'm sorry, I'm giving some hard facts and hard truths and hard solutions, but if I was not doing that at the age of 83, I would be, I will not have a good sleep. My conscience will not permit me to do that. I think good things have been reversed and they have to be taken back. Then research culture and autonomy, risk-taking and interdisciplinarity, the sixth one, the last one. We must incentivize metric counts. I mean, incentives emphasize metric counts, how many papers have you written, and conservative project selection and administrative micromanagement. They reduce high risk and high reward work. However, mission programs are changing the culture in pockets. So we have to create high risk, high reward grant lines, tenure promotion criteria that reward quality, impact, and collaboration, and seed cross-disciplinary centers. That's extremely important. I will just give you an example of what, when I was the DG of CSR, we were able to do. We created what is called as the New Millennium Indian Technology Leadership Initiative. The key word was leadership. We were fast followers. I didn't like that. I would want my India to be a leader. So this became India's biggest and boldest public-private partnership in technology. There were 418 partners, 318 public and 100 private, based on talent, technology, and trust. Because here, in this case, the government was giving money to industry, by the way, all right, based on the trust. And I would not call it venture capital, I would call it adventure capital. Adventure capital because we were taking risks, and that was provided by the government. Because leadership means you are not copying. You are doing something nobody else has done. So you are bound to fail. All right. And despite that, the government said we'll support it. So risk was the key, bold financial instruments, and not just best practice, but next practice. And I was hoping Dr. Saraswat will be in the audience, but he's not. But I want to thank him for the Saraswat committee, which was for the outcome review of CSR schemes, and one of them was Nimitli. And this is what he had to say after the review. The committee appreciates the efforts and achievements of New Millennium Indian Technology Leadership Initiative, in particular for leveraging synergy of national innovation system through creation of desired networks of industry, national laboratories, R&D institutions, and academia for developing well-positioned technology and products through focused and well-positioned projects. Several of technologies and products have been commercialized. I'll just give you one example. We talk about hydrogen today in 2024, 2025. We started talking about hydrogen much earlier. And this is a chart that you please look at very carefully. There is technology certainty versus market certainty. Indian industry operated where markets were certain, there were products there in the market, so they didn't have to do anything for market development. And technology was certain, all that they had to do was to copy. Nimitly moved it from there. We said markets are uncertain, they may not even exist, and technology will be uncertain. That is what I mean by risk, actually. And hydrogen program started in 2002 when nobody talked about hydrogen. Industry participation right from the beginning. And this was the progress we made. Mithwal reformer for hydrogen production. Then PEM electrolyzers, which are becoming very important now. And PFMC program initiated, SOFC program initiative. All right. But the point I'm trying to make is that we started early when nobody was there, actually. All right. And then that was a risk. And if you look at the Nimitli budget for 13 years, it was 1/10 of the US DOE budget of 1 year for the same goals. If you can't believe it, this is where the program is. Our fuel cell program, 14 years, the expenditure was 45 crore, $7 million. And if you look at US Department of Energy, for the same objective, 1 year, their budget was $77 million. And our goals were common: fuel cell system for transportation and stationary applications. The question is, are we using them now for transportation and stationary applications? The answer is yes. Actually, we launched these Sentinel labs. I must give credit to Ravi Pandit, because when we have public-private partnership, they are also putting in money, they are also taking risk. You see Ashish Lele, who has been the mastermind behind the fuel cell, and I am standing there very proudly. And this was the bus. This was the private partnership, public-private partnership, KPIT, NCL, and SECRI. And the comparative advantage is that our technology, you can't see that, but was superior in terms of both technology as well as pricing point, almost 95% indigenization. And this is going commercial. I'm very proud that our Honorable Prime Minister launched India's first hydrogen fuel cell technology on 22 February 2024. Cochin Shipyard had designed this. And the importance of this is that this catamaran, for example, carries 150 people across, and there are waterways where these things happen all the way. And they, under the Harinauka sort of initiative, all the waterways can be sort of made green, and the work is in progress. Now here, the public procurement becomes extremely important. That's a separate subject. In fact, in a book edited by Amitabh Kant, I have, as a matter of fact, full chapter on the importance of public procurement and how that can sort of catapult us. But I'm talking about leadership. And therefore, we have a great start with a great technology. And if we green our waterways, all right, you can see we can green the waterways from across the world. We can be actually leaders. So it's not a joke. We can do it. Our scientists can do it. I'm very proud of that. Now, final slide, Vikasit Bharat 2047. We have to build it on a strong foundation of talent, technology, and trust. As I said, trust deficit. For example, I remember we had benefits to the industry in terms of tax credit, in terms of weighted tax deduction, accelerated depreciation allowance, investment allowance. It was 200% was reduced to 150%, then 100%, and then it is gone. Why? Because there is no trust that they will use it well. Well, that can work, because if you can see the rest of the world, these incentives are the ones which have made them happen. I think they have to be brought back. They're a good thing that were being done, and they have to be brought back. I personally feel I will not be there in 2047. I'm already 83. But I like to see a change where Make in India is not just assembled in India, but invented and made in India. I have a dream that we'll do things that are first in India. That is what we are doing today, but we'll do it first to the world and for the world, as our Prime Minister says. Best practice to next practice. When you say, I'm doing the best practice, you're copying somebody. We have to create the next practice. Then science, technology, innovation for privileged few, no. We have to make it for all, inclusive innovation as we talk about. I'm using the word MLM here, and this is more from less for more. This is my book that is coming out from Penguin next week. Basically, this actually break the myth that you cannot have affordable excellence. It break the myth that high technology can be made to work for the poor. In my mother's name, I have this Anjani Mashelkar Foundation. This is the 15th year, and we give awards to those who make high technology work for the poor. What diagnosis can be done for 100 rupees can be done for 1 rupee, and so on and so forth. And just give you one example. There is a technology called Shwasa, where the audiometry is trained by artificial intelligence. You just cough into it, and you know whether you're TB or not. And do you believe it? There are 2 papers in Nature on this. The science is so deep, and it is just going sort of all across. What is the cost? 1 rupee per test. And a woman in village can cough, and the best doctor in India, in Mumbai, can sort of analyze it. Inclusive innovation is what I'm talking about. And finally, from fast follower to an unequivocal leader, I would like us to be in the top 5. That is my dream. I would like to end, because there must be a lot of budding scientists in the audience. In my career, there are 5 things that I've learned. I thought I will end by sharing those, which have worked for me. The first is, aspirations are your possibilities, keep them high. But for you, as also for our society, our beloved nation. I remember when I took over as director of NCL, in my very first day, I addressed 1100 of my family members and said, National Chemical Laboratory will be International Chemical Laboratory. We license our patents to the best multinationals in the world. And people joked, and somebody said, do you know General Electric budget is 2.5 times India's R&D budget? I said, we'll take on General Electric. And in 1992, 3 of our US patents were licensed to General Electric. That was the first reverse transfer of technology. Our scientists are capable of doing that if you give them the aspiration. The rest is history. As you know, after GR&D Center came up, others came up, and so on. You can do anything, but not everything. So focus, I think, is extremely important, particularly for young people. Purpose, perseverance, and passion. Too early to quit. Winners are never quitters. Quitters are never winners. We must look at fail as the first attempt in learning. Then, when doors of opportunity that you keep on knocking, they don't open, create your own doors. I'll give you a personal example, particularly for scientists. This is important. I came back in 1976. I was trained in rheology. I needed a rheometer, Weisenberg rheometer, model R18. I remember still. You know, it will take 2 years. DGTD clearance, not manufactured in India certificate. So what do? I said, I will use the equipment that I have, which is my mind, which is my brain, and I changed the field to mathematical modeling and simulation. Do you believe it? In 1977, I started the work. Normally, Bhatnagar Award takes 5 years of minimum work in India. 1977, I started. 82, I got the Bhatnagar Prize. That's what I'm saying. You can keep on knocking on the doors of opportunity. Don't open, create your own doors. I created my and do that. And finally, no limit to human endurance, achievement, imagination, accepting the ones you put on your mind. So every morning, whether you are 18 or 80, say, my best is yet to come. And today is going to be the day. You know, there is an interesting story with which I will end in 1 minute. I remember I became FRS. As I said, only 3 people in 363 years, engineering scientists. So I called my guru, Professor Sianara. And you know what was the response? Not bad. Then I got some other honors also. Each time I would call him, he would say, not bad. So I said, sir, what do I have to do to satisfy you? So he said, he calls me Ramesh, my personal name. He says, Ramesh, you are climbing on a ladder of excellence which is limitless. There are no limits excepting the limits that you put on yourself. So all of our young scientists, all of us, if we say that India can go limitless, where will India be? Absolutely at the top of the Committee of Nations. Thank you very much.
The memento is a special GI tag product of Gujarat, that is Kutch Ajrak.
May I request Dr. Poonam Bhargava ma'am, Principal Scientific Officer, GUJCOST, to present a memento to Shri Nilesh Desai sir, Director, SEG ISRO, Ahmedabad. Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Dr. Payal Pandit, Scientific Officer, GUJCOST, to present a memento to Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, sir, Senior Advisor, SNT Niti Aayog. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Vrajesh Parikh, General Manager, Gujarat Council on Science City, DST, Government of Gujarat, to present a memento to Dr. Narottam Sahu, sir, Advisor and Member Secretary, Gujarat Council on Science and Technology. Thank you all. May I now request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
Scientific.
Thank you all. Now we will take a short tea break. Tea will be served at your respective places. May I request you all to kindly remain seated and enjoy the refreshment. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
We are about to begin our first technical session. May I request everyone to kindly take their seats. We are about to commence our first technical session. I request all the dignitaries to please take their seats. We now invite on the dais our moderator of this session, Dr. Ramashankar Dubey, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat, Gandhinagar, followed by our eminent speakers, Professor Suresh Gosavi, Vice Chancellor Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune, Professor Akhil Ranjan Garg, Vice Chancellor, Bikaner Technical University, Bikaner, Professor Dharmendra Singh, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Vadodara, Dr. Prasanna Venkatraman, Deputy Director, Cancer Research Institute, ACT, REC, Mumbai, Professor Ranjoy Basu, Chairperson, R&D Committee, Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur, Professor Sachin Patwardhan, Dean, R&D, Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. I request the moderator and all the eminent speakers to please take the seat on the dais. The speakers of the technical session 1 are Professor Suresh Gosavi, Vice Chancellor, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune. Professor Akhil Ranjan Garg, Vice Chancellor, Bikaner Technical University, Bikaner. Professor Dharmendra Singh, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Vadodara. Dr. Prasanna Venkatraman, Deputy Director, Cancer Research Institute, ACT, REC, Mumbai. Professor Ranjoy Basu, Chairperson, R&D Committee, Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur. Professor Sachin Patwardhan, Dean, R&D, Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. And the moderator of this session, Dr. Ramashankar Dubey, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat, Gandhinagar. Welcome to the technical session 1, Strengthening R&D Ecosystems, Funding and Regulatory Framework. This session will explore how India's R&D funding models and regulatory systems can be improved by ensuring transparency, efficiency, and accessibility. Our speakers will share institutional experiences and recommendations to simplify processes, optimize grant management, and foster a more enabling environment for researchers. I welcome you all. We humbly request our esteemed panelists to kindly keep their remarks within the allotted time. As a gentle reminder, a bell will be rung at the 5-minute mark and again at the 7-minute mark to help us stay on schedule. With that, I invite our moderator, Dr. Ramashankar Dubey sir, to commence this session. Thank you. Gujarat.
I request Professor Manoj Chaudhary sir, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, to please chair this session.
Okay, good afternoon. The first session that we have, technical session right now, is on strengthening R&D ecosystem, focusing more on the funding and regulatory framework. And we have very distinguished speakers with us. An important session because both funding as well as regulatory framework are the backbone for any R&D ecosystem. And to take the discussion forward, would like to firstly invite Professor Suresh Gosavi, Vice Chancellor, Savitri Bai Phule, Pune University, Pune, for his talk for the.
May I, Chairman sir? Yeah, good afternoon, namaskar, and welcome to this first technical session. I represent Savitri Bai Phule Pune University, and the title which I have given is Pathway to Progress, Strengthening Research and Innovation Ecosystem at HEIs. I represent second largest university in the state of Maharashtra as far as the number of students are concerned, and the affiliated colleges are concerned. We have almost 800 colleges, 400 institutes, 7.5 lakh students. As far as the recent things which has happened, that we rank number 1 as far as the state university is concerned in the state of Maharashtra, number 2 state university in the country, and number 15 in the entire country. Yeah, so the vision of any Indian higher education system which transform it into the global study destination, it has to be student-centric, wherein the global competency, research collaboration, and cultural exchange is an important aspect. So for the development of any higher education, faculty establishment, capacity infrastructure, research and innovation, student development, technology development, outreach program, internationalization, and learner-centric teaching. Okay, these are the wheels has to revolve around the student, and I think the hallmark of any system or any university has to be inclusion, tenacity, initiative, plurality, and integrity. And I think with this particular vision, the higher education institution can really excel towards eminence. When you look at the scenario about the quantity of professionals required in the near future, computer science seems to be large number, okay? I tried to collect the data from the website and then try to put it in an area where the number of students, professionals are required in a society, maybe in the profession or maybe in industry. And from that perspective, we have to come up with the vibrant knowledge society, global knowledge superpower. Of course, inclusive, equitable, holistic, and affordable education is one of the mandate of national education policy. In order to boost the training and research and innovation, I think we have to have the empowerment through education and empowerment through research. Of course, since we are here talking about the research initiative, promoting the research culture in a student mindset is an important aspect which comes in the training and learning process in a university. At the same time, research regulatory reform, research innovation ecosystem, and academia industry collaboration in one of the mandate which we need to really take up, and then I think the R&D can become really easy. So funding is one of the aspects which we already talked about. So since we talk about the nationalization and internationalization of higher education, where the multifaceted approach is very important, and of course, okay, when we are coming up with the new initiative of UGC, where we are talking about people should be, or students should be technology enabled, okay? So from that perspective, we have to have a joint, twin, and dual degree with the higher institution in India itself and with the foreign institution. Student exchange, faculty exchange is one of the mandate. Of course, academic and research collaboration with other HERs which are nearby, and I think this is the initiative which has come up with the ANRF, okay, where we have the hub and spoke model which has taken place, okay, in the research and development. To boost and ease of the research innovation, what are the desired policy reform we need, and what will the impact of that policy on the ease of R&D? So we have, I think, in the earlier talk, Professor Mashelkar has already mentioned we have to remove somehow the bureaucratic hurdles in the system. And once we remove that, in that case, probably the delay in accelerating scientific breakthrough will be there, because most of the time the sanction of the projects comes in the month of February or March, and then they say, okay, this is the year 1. and then we start for the next year, okay, and then the project is for 3 years. I think we have to somehow change that bureaucracy and come up with a solution, okay. So this is what I look at the bureaucracy. Of course, procurement process, he has already talked about. Autonomy in research project. I think we have to give some local autonomy to the institutions so that, okay, they come up with the local project required for the local development, enhance financial autonomy and trust-based governance model. I think unless and until there is a trust, I think, okay, we cannot really excel. Now, this particular thing also I have taken from the report from Government of India, where the funding is available from the different funding agencies. At the same time, university, industry, research institutions, and government has to come together. And I think the PPP model, which Professor Mashelkar has rightly mentioned, I think that will be the real model which will really excel the research which is needed to this society. Skill workforce development is one of the mandate of the national education policy, and with this I think we have to come up with the training at the school level. From there it goes to the high school and university level, and then we can really boost the doctoral research. Of course, collaboration and infrastructure is one of the mandate, and unless and until we share the infrastructure with the higher institutions, education institutions, IITs along with universities, okay, then we can excel. Of course, challenges, collaboration with the infrastructure, and challenges with the state university. Since I represent the state university, teaching research balance has to be there, because unless and until I take that particular workload, okay, I'm not allowed to go for my lab, okay. So this needs to be, of course, insufficient funding, lack of quality faculty, number-wise I am saying, there is a huge number, okay, I am talking about the quality faculty, limited interdisciplinary collaboration, high volume of publication is there, but okay, we need a high quality publication, low enrollment in higher education, and tedious administrative process. These are the hurdles we need to really take care, okay. On the skill sector, when we look at the skill sector analysis, okay, there is a huge demand in the skill sector, and I think HEI has to really address this particular initiative. Of course, okay, like every system has to have their entrepreneurship ecosystem. I think Research Park Initiative is one of the mandate the university has to take care, where in different kind of initiative depends on required for the local system can be taken care. At SPP we have automotive, automation, water, agriculture, healthcare, and material science as the initiative. Then, of course, there should be services which should be provided through this Research Park Foundation. And I'll just come up with the 2-3 initiative, okay, like we have to come up with the appropriate concept of technology where the need-based development plays important role. So where the community intervention takes place important role. So intermediate versus strategic development, as if the technology people matter, and it helps to improve the literacy of technology rather than numeracy of the technology. There is a very nice book by E.S. Schumacher. He talks about the technology development, where the study of technology simultaneously its social perspective and long-term process of change in desired direction. Okay, so in which direction one has to really build his or her career, okay, that is really important. So in these 3 dimensions, different direction, one has to come up with the local development, so to carry the huge I mean, okay, like water, I mean, okay, water, okay, in the different locations, okay, you have to come up with the solution. So cycle-based the ambulance system. So these are the few things, okay, which we have developed. Yeah, I'm almost done. Which we have developed in the pandemic. 10 minutes is very less time period for the teacher to teach, but nevertheless I have to finish it off. So these are the initiatives which we have done, and these are successfully developed and deployed in the COVID time period. As rightly mentioned by Professor Mashelkar, okay, this is another PPP model which we have developed at Savitribai Phule Pune University, local generation of electricity and how to make the village self-sustained on solar thermal technology with Thermex India Limited and Savitribai Phule Pune University along with DST. And with this initiative, I would like to take the attention, okay, learning collaboration through Degree Plus program, okay, where the National Institute along with the basically institutes and the various system can come together, and we can really build the foundation beyond foundation learning system. And this is the long-term and short-term vision of any institution, okay, where we have to come up with safety, safe environment and campus. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Suresh. So next in the sequence, I request Professor Akhil Ranjan Garg, Vice Chancellor, Bikaner Technical University, to present. And as has been requested to all, we should focus less on highlighting our respective institutions and focus more on the theme. So it will be helpful if we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this kind of consultative meeting, wherein opportunity has been given to all to discuss about how ease of doing research and development can be done. Now, the session is about strengthening R&D ecosystem, funding and regulatory framework. Before I go into some of the aspects of how to strengthen R&D ecosystem, let me introduce something about myself and my institution. I am coming from Rajasthan, Bikaner Technical University. In Rajasthan, we have two technical universities, Rajasthan Technical University Kota and Bikaner Technical University, and all the professional colleges wherein the professional education is being imparted are affiliated to these two universities. So basically, Rajasthan can be divided into two parts, wherein some of the institutions are affiliated to Rajasthan Technical University and others are affiliated to Bikaner Technical University. We have 50 affiliated colleges and 4 constituent colleges. Now, if we talk about R&D ecosystem and if we talk about institutions, there are different types of institutions all of us are aware of. Centrally funded institutions, institutions of national importance, wherein IITs, central universities come in. Then we have state universities, private universities, deemed to be universities, and colleges. So when we want to strengthen R&D ecosystem, we have to look upon not only centrally funded institutes, but state level universities and state colleges also. So if we look on to the R&D, what is happening right now in state universities and state colleges, it is, and when we compare the R&D happening there in state level colleges, institutions or universities and compare with the R&D that is happening in centrally funded institute, the gap is large. So we have to think about it, how to reduce this gap and how the state level institutions can also cope up and contribute toward development of R&D and contribute towards development of product. This is very important. And why this gap is there? When we talk about funding, so when the central institute like DST, ANRF give funding, things are changing right now. I will talk about that also. They look on to what is the NIRF rank, what is NAC grading, and all those things. The institutions about which I am talking about, they are lacking in this. They don't have infrastructure, they don't have capable, they don't have those kind of faculty which can do that much of research, so publication is not there. So they are lacking and they don't have rank, they don't have grade, they cannot apply for funding, they cannot develop the labs. So we have to think about it. When we want to solve local problems, then local people can contribute. They have to, they are the people who can identify local problems. So how these things can change? These things can change by making the things transparent. We can have a list of local problems which can be identified at local college level. What kind of fund is required to solve those problems? And when we have a list and then hand holding of some centrally funded research institution and educational institution with the state level university, then only the problems can be solved. It has to be started with when we have, see, a student sitting or studying in a college of state level, he can also be creative, he can be innovative, and he doesn't require much fund. Even 30,000 rupees to solve a small problem, if given to a student studying in local college, can make him creative, can make him innovative, and then maybe one day he can contribute in a big way. Methods have to be found out how such kind of funding can be directly given to student of a college. So I would, because time is short, I would like to conclude by saying that in regulatory framework, it has to be done at national level, at mentor institute level, at individual institute level, for procurement, for approval, and for monitoring progress. All should be linked together through a common website. System should be modular and scalable. Specific problem lists should be created so that solutions can be found out for local problems at local level. Hand-holding of institution, hand-holding of industries with academia has to be done. Everybody has to contribute. A student doing PhD in state level should also be in a position to get scholarship. Some innovative students doing very good research can do research at local institute level with the facility of using research laboratory of mentor institute. These things have to be thought about so that the overall ecosystem can be strengthened. We cannot strengthen only few institutes. We have to strengthen all the institutes, then only the system would scale up and everybody can contribute towards the development of this nation. And we would really be in a position to make this nation a Viksit nation by 2047. That is what I would like to say and conclude upon that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Garg, for very pointed and directed approach to the theme. Would like to now invite Professor Dharmendra Singh, Director of IIIT Vadodara.
सभागार में उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य सज्जनों का मेरा हार्दिक अभिनंदन। सहजता के साथ अनुसंधान व विकास, ये एक बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है अगर हमें 2047 में एक विकसित भारत के रूप में देखना है। मैं IIIT बड़ोदरा का डायरेक्टर हूँ। इसके पहले मैं 20 साल IT रुड़की में एज ए प्रोफेसर रहा और मैंने, अगर आप मेरी प्रोफाइल देखो, बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट किए। आज जो मैं यहाँ डिस्कस करने जा रहा हूँ या आज कुछ मैं बोलने जा रहा हूँ, वो अपने 25 साल की जर्नी में किस तरह से रिसर्च को सहजता की ओर ले जाए, मेरा बहुत अथक प्रयास है। मेरी फैकल्टीज भी बैठी हुई है, जब से मैं 1 साल से ज्वाइन कर, मेरा बहुत अथक प्रयास है कि सहजता के साथ अगर हम रिसर्च नहीं करेंगे तो हम एक टेंजेबल आउटपुट नहीं दे पाएंगे। तो उसके लिए हम कुछ पॉइंट्स हैं जो हम आपके सामने डिस्कस करना चाह रहे हैं। और ये जितनी भी ओपिनियंस है, बिकॉज विवेक सिंह जी के बाद बोलने के बाद, मासिलकर सर के साथ बोलने के बाद मेरे पास कुछ ऐसा बचता नहीं है अनटिल अनलेस मेरा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस, जो मेरा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस है रिसर्च को लेके। हमारे साथ लगभग 50-55 स्टूडेंट PhD कर चुके और भी लोग कर रहे हैं और बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट मैंने किए। तो जो मेरा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस है रिसर्च को लेकर के, उसको मैं आपके बीच में शेयर करने जा रहा हूँ। और मैं सभी से, क्योंकि सभी गणमान्य लोग बैठे हुए, सभी से अनुरोध करूँगा कि जो हर्डल्स हैं या जो हमारे थोड़े से भी टेंशन वाली चीज़ें हैं, उसको हम कैसे दूर करें। दैट इज़ द मेन मोटिव फॉर दिस वन। सो IIIT Vadodara, Indian Institute of Information Technology, maximum people are knowing, so I am not going to discuss in detail about my issue. So all these things are there. Sorry. So once we are talking, अभी हमारे previous speaker ने भी बोला कि NIRF ranking and all. So once we are talking, because अभी हम जो देख रहे हैं, हमारे पास जो डिमांड आती है डिफेंस से, इस सभी से, प्रोडक्ट लेवल पे काम करना. अब हमारा जो समय आ गया है वो लैब से ट्रांसफॉर्म करें प्रोडक्ट की तरफ. दैट इज मोर इंटेंसिव वर्क. बेसिक वर्क तो चलता रहेगा पैरेलली, दैट आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू टच दैट वन. लैब से हम अगर ट्रांसफॉर्म कर रहे हैं मार्केट में, तो व्हाट द इंडस्ट्रीज आर, व्हाट द गवर्नमेंट आर आस्किंग एंड व्हाट द इंडस्ट्रीज आर सीइंग दैट. इंडस्ट्री सोचती है कि हम तो एक वेजिटेबल सेलर हैं, आके 5 पीस दे जाओ, ऑर्डर दे जाओ, तब हम आपके पास आएंगे काम करने. गवर्नमेंट इज सेइंग कि आपके पास है, आप इंडस्ट्री लाओ. ऑर्डर कहीं मिल ही नहीं रहा है. दैट इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग. जब तक यहाँ बैठे लोग इंश्योर नहीं करेंगे, अभी हमने ऑनलाइन BSc शुरू की, आई हैव इंश्योर्ड कि 20% लोगों को 100% में जॉब दिलाऊंगा. जब तक हम इंश्योर नहीं करेंगे कि जो भी प्रोडक्ट लैब से आ रहा है और उस पे इंडस्ट्री 10% गवर्नमेंट, अभी गवर्नमेंट इज ट्राइंग वेरी हार्ड कि इंडिजीनियस कंपोनेंट होना चाहिए, बट एवरीबडी इज नोइंग कि व्हाट डज इट मीन बाय इंडिजीनियस कंपोनेंट. आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू डिस्कस अबाउट दैट वन. तो वो हमें कैसे लेना है, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग. सो फॉर दैट शॉर्ट टर्म गोल कैटेगरिकली हमें, I am not going to complain anything. I am just trying to discuss what I have felt. Categorically कि जो TRL 5 पे है उसको TRL 9 पे कैसे ले जाना है, और फ्यूचरिस्टिक अप्रोच, क्योंकि कभी अभी कल भी मेरी बात हो रही थी कि शोध जो है, जो रिसर्च पेपर है, वो कोई फैक्ट्री से नहीं निकल रहा है कि एक दिन में निकल जाएगा. हमारा 20 साल का विजन, हम 20 साल पीछे चलते हैं किसी भी देश से. अब हम आज की जो बात करते हैं वो बहुत सारे लोग को एडजस्ट ही नहीं हो पाती है. तो व्हाट एवर बी द थिंग्स, तो हमारा जो लॉन्ग टर्म और शॉर्ट टर्म गोल है, बेसिक रिसर्च की बातें हम नहीं बात कर रहे हैं, वो पैरेलल चलता रहे, दैट इज़ नॉट माई. सो और हर इंस्टीट्यूट का अपना एक स्ट्रेंथ होती है, उस स्ट्रेंथ पर वो फोकस करें. हमें याद है कि 2010 से पहले हम जब विजनरी डॉक्यूमेंट बनाते थे कि आप किस डायरेक्शन में आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं, सो दैट इज़ अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, सभी लोग बैठे हैं, पैसा चाहिए, पैसा चाहिए. यू कैन स्टार्ट, वी कैन स्टार्ट विद आवर ओन रिसोर्सेज, आवर ओन IRG. इंस्टीट्यूट हैज़ टू कम विद दैट ओन IRG. हम कहते हैं कि बजट शुड बी लाइक दैट कि हम 20% हम रिसर्च के लिए खर्च करेंगे. वी कैन स्टार्ट. हमें चिल्लाना शुरू से ही है, हमें पैसा नहीं मिल रहा है, पैसा नहीं मिल रहा है. दैट इज़ नॉट, हमने पिछले 1 साल में, यस. सो सॉरी, R&D evaluation process, this is also very tough in India. So, time-bound evaluation, possibility of market transformation, and the last important thing is the trust building. हम आपस में ट्रस्ट ही नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. कंपनी हमारे ऊपर ट्रस्ट नहीं करती, इवेल्युएटर हमारे ऊपर ट्रस्ट नहीं करता. I don't know. The person who is sitting at another side of the table, he is seeing in a very different eyes. Funding ecosystem, as you are seeing that government agency, industry sector, institute funding, तब ये जाके बल्ब जलेगा, तब ये प्रोडक्ट आ पाएगा, अदरवाइज ये बल्ब नहीं जल पाएगा. Challenges, you are seeing that weak industry academic collaboration, skewed focus toward basic research, as I have mentioned that कि long term goal we have to decide, proper monitoring, lack of inclusivity. Solutions बहुत सारे हैं, हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं अप्लाई करने पर एज ए इंडिविजुअल लेवल, बट ए कलेक्टिव लेवल में वी हैव टू अप्लाई कि हम कैसे अप्लाई करें. R&D कल्चर, कोलेब्रेशन फॉर द ट्रांसलेशन ऑफ रिसर्च, एंड यू कैन सी दैट इंडस्ट्री एंड एकेडमिया जब मिलेंगे तभी इकोसिस्टम बनेगा. एंड दिस इज द डिमांड एंड प्रोसेस फ्लो. दोनों को चीज़ें चाहिए, बट नथिंग इज कमिंग इन अ सिंगल प्लेटफॉर्म. इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज अनदर बिग, सबका रोना है, मेरे यहाँ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है. So already there are 3 models existing. We have to strengthen that one, institute level, region level and the national level. अभी दिक्कत क्या हो रही है, कोई मेल की रिप्लाई नहीं करता. इंडिया में तो एक सबसे अच्छी बात ये है, आप मेल करते जाओ, कोई रिप्लाई नहीं करता. तो वी हैव टू फिक्स द लाइबिलिटी कि मेल की रिप्लाई नहीं आ रही है तो क्यों नहीं आ रही है। इंडिया में एक बहुत अच्छा कल्चर है, आप मेल कर दो, कितनी बार भी मेल कर दो, कोई रिप्लाई नहीं करेगा। सो दैट वी हैव टू, तभी ये जो नेशनल लेवल के बहुत सारी फैसिलिटीज़ हैं, बट वी आर नॉट एबल टू यूज़ इट बिकॉज इट इज़ टेकिंग ए लॉट ऑफ टाइम। और हमारे पास तो रिसर्चर के पास क्या चीज़ें हैं, 3 साल के लिए PhD स्टूडेंट चला गया, रिसर्च खत्म, दूसरी साल फिर FRFL से आप शुरू करिए। सो दैट इज़ द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग विच वी हैव टू थिंक वेरी सीरियसली। और जितने एकेडमिक लीडर्स यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, R&D लीडर्स बैठे हुए हैं, दे हैव टू इंश्योर अपने इंस्टीट्यूट में कि अगर इस तरह की कोई मेल आती है, किसी को कोई हेल्प चाहिए, तो दे हैव टू इंश्योर कि विद इन 1 वीक, विद इन 10 डेज रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फिक्स हो कि मेल की रिप्लाई जाए, जो भी जाए, काम कर रहा है नहीं कर रहा है, जो भी कर रहा है। सो रिकमेंडेशंस, नेटवर्क प्रोजेक्ट्स, दैट इज़ वेरी मच मिसिंग। अभी कोई प्रमोशन की बात कर रहा था मसलकर सर, प्रमोशन में यहाँ देखा जाता है कि सोल ऑथरशिप, रिसर्च कभी सोल ऑथरशिप पर नहीं होता। रिसर्च नेवर स्टार्ट विद द वर्ड आई, रिसर्च स्टार्ट विद द वर्ड वी। इंडिया में आई देखा जाता है। आप अगर पहला लोगो डालो, 10 लोग लोगो डाल दो, तो सब पूछेंगे आप क्या करोगे, ये तो ये लोग कर देंगे। तो दिस इज द एक्चुअल प्रैक्टिस व्हाट आई हैव फेस्ड इन लास्ट 20 years फॉर द डिफरेंट funding agency. I have done more than 100 crore rupees of project in the IT Roorkee and developed one of the best lab of the world for the stealth technology. But nobody can imagine कि अगर उतना पैशन नहीं है तो आप नहीं काम कर पाओगे। So that mindset has to be changed. So MOUs, transfer of technology, ensuring business model, हमने बताया कि हम सबसे मिल चुके हैं, सभी बड़ी कंपनी। वो बोलते हैं कि ऑर्डर ले आ दो या 5 पीस बना के दे दो, हम तो लैब का प्रोटोटाइप बनाते हैं। ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन इज देयर जॉब, नॉट ए सिंगल पेनी दे आर रेडी टू एक्सपेंड। नाम नहीं लेना चाहता, बड़े बड़े लोगों से मैं मिल के रखा हुआ हूँ, बट दिस इज द वे। बट आई एम नॉट, ऐसा मतलब नहीं कि हम डिसल्टेंट हो गए, हम काम करना छोड़ दिए। आई एम ट्राइंग माई ओन लेवल, क्योंकि भारत है, थोड़ा फ्रिक्शन है, घर्षण है, लेकिन जितना घर्षण उतना चमक है। तो दैट इज द इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग। सो थैंक्स फॉर द पेशेंस, सुनने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इसमें मेरी बातों को कहने का मौका मिला, सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Professor Dharmendra Singh. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Now we invite Dr. Prasanna Venkatraman, Deputy Director, Cancer Research Institute, Mumbai.
Good afternoon, everyone, and all of us would congratulate Niti Aayog for this proactive measure, and some of the things that we want to speak has already been implemented by them already. This is the only slide that will introduce my institute to you. This is the Advanced Center for Treatment, Research and Education in Cancer. It comes under the umbrella of DAE, and you see all the stalwarts who were responsible for building this institute. And CRI, the Cancer Research Institute within ACTREC, is the R&D division of the Tata Memorial Hospital. Slide doesn't work? Okay. So I have divided the talk into 3 sessions: funding and support structures for R&D at national and state level, regulatory framework such as the acquisition of the grants and completing the grants, institutional mechanisms for ease of doing research such as the infrastructures. And this is a collective thought from the faculty of CRI who have given me feedbacks as to how to improve this. There are mid-level scientists, young scientists, and the senior scientists who participated in this. So despite the presence of several national and state funding agencies, support for core infrastructure is less. So you often find that you want cutting-edge technologies to be developed, and then the core structure is not there. And most grants are project-specific, so individual project-specific, and therefore the core funding, unless you are part of the governing bodies or an institutional organizational mandate, you don't get the core research fund. Facilities such as biobank, data centers, and high-end equipments require that you need to support those core research funds. Solution is that core infrastructure grants and sustained support should become the vision of funding agencies. Additional institutional overhead should be enhanced and increased so that these can continue, there is a possibility of continuity on this. Basic science, it is underfunded, and everybody knows that unless a basic research is flourishing in the country, application is not possible. Large proportion of the submitted grants, particularly high quality proposals, go unfunded. Raising the level of funding up to 30% would solve the problem, which will align with people where all institutions should get some funding for research to go, because we want the nation to grow as a single unit. Short grant cycles of 2 to 3 years is insufficient for any form of research, whether it is basic, longitudinal or translation research, leading to a disconnect between what you think and what you execute in terms of the outcome of the project. Since most of the work is performed by PhD students, increasing it to 5 years will ensure continuity and productivity. Earlier career fellowships, often limited to 3 years, that's when the young fellows have come back to India and then starting their research. Asking them to finish something within 3 years falls short of the objectives. Student support, this is something I really want to emphasize, and Niti Aayog should take it very seriously. Some reforms have been done. Besides institutional fellowship, students will rely on CSIR and other funding agencies for fellowship. While the dispersals have improved, there is delay for several months, impacting the finances and well-being of the students. We have to remember that our students coming from low economic or even poorer background, they need their monthly support even to support their families. They cannot go unfunded for 6 months, 12 months. Some of them left the institute without their research without being compensated with fellowship. There is good funding for postdoctoral fellows, but it is still limited. We have large number of students who graduate, so postdoctoral fellowship has to be increased. There is a critical need to strengthen funding pipelines. That is a solution for release of funds for individual researchers. Bridging fellowship should be in place because they are hanging around between submitting their thesis and getting any position. Bilateral postdoctoral programs like EMBO, Marie Curie Fellowship should be actively promoted and expanded to include both Indian and international candidates. If the institute had some flexible funding for project staff which can be used to support them as and when need arises, this will help stalling of the projects. There are many good candidates who are PhD degree holders, but they may not be cut out for doing PI level research or conducting their own labs. They may be able to drive independent projects. Provisions can be made to include them in the workforce. Sometimes age limit is a problem. Such a provision would allow institutes to run facilities, core facilities, where these people can be in charge, or constitute additional units for translational leads that come out of the individual PIs. Grants, some grant application formats are cumbersome, and navigating the application portal is complex, taking away time from research. This is from the young fellows. I believe that centralized sharing of information between funding agencies will be extremely useful, because you don't want to say fill in the same application of your CV on every portal that is available. Grant writing, the emphasis on detailed method description stems from poorly structured formats. What you want is the hypothesis, you want the experimental planning, and people should be taught as to how to write grants. Under the regulatory framework guidelines, let us take a look at what we have. The current regulatory administrative procedures are laden with inefficiencies that delay sanction and dispersal of funds. In many cases, it takes up to 1 to 2 years from proposal submission to actual fund release. This is touched upon by Professor Marschlecker as well, largely due to procedural bottlenecks and delayed funding availability. There's a huge gap when there is no fund to do research. The recent migration to digital dispersal platforms, one-year return policy creates additional pressure, leaving researchers unable to spend sanctioned budget effectively. If whatever is given is not efficiently utilized, then research cannot progress. And especially, most grants arrive late in the financial year. This was touched upon by previous speakers as well, giving researchers insufficient time to utilize the budget before they lapse. Often funding for the second and third year never arrives, resulting in premature project termination and therefore unutilization of funds. These problems are compounded by rigid documentation, demands delaying payments. Solution is clear reforms are needed to streamline these processes, including allowing committed expenditures and verified purchase order as part of the utilization certificate. This will take away most of the problem because you've already ordered for things haven't come. So if you're able to submit these evidences, this should be considered. Staff should be more cooperative and communicate with all investigators. This is within every institute that we should put in efforts to take care of this. To ensure smooth operations, investigators should be allowed at least 10 months for equipment and consumable expenditure and 12 months for the salaries from the date of fund release, not when it was sanctioned, because by the time it is sanctioned and the fund release, there is a lot of gap. And workshops should be conducted for the staff so that they can be better prepared to act as a bridge between funding agencies and PIs, making the process easy. The staff including the accounts and administration of the institutes. So the last, in terms of IP and technology, one of the major problems that plagues research is the timely procurement of materials. We are seeing reforms under these, but nevertheless, there needs to be a lot of flexibility. Some institutional specific norms, in some cases, there is a lot of flexibility. In some other institutes, it is not. Administrative and account departments may not fully grasp the urgency and rationale behind certain purchases, leading to repeated resubmissions, follow-ups, and overall frustration. This directly affects project timelines and staff retention and research outcomes. Solution is, key improvements include making the purchase and payment processes more transparent. Everybody should migrate into e-office. We are also trying the same. Adherence to hard copies is deterrent. This is the caterpillar to faster caterpillar. We want the caterpillar to become a butterfly. Research institutions must invest the training of accounts and purchase staff to better support scientists in navigating these. And in discussion, Dr. Sharmila brought out a very nice point, and probably she will allude to that. Auditors also have to be educated about the process of how we do research and how the fundings are dispersed. Establishing rate contracts for commonly used items, enabling local stock maintenance by vendors, ensuring availability of routine supplies can greatly reduce delays in procurement. Educating the staff on a regular basis, making them realize and understand that flexibilities that exist within the norms, that would greatly help in moving things forward. There should be orientations and workshops for the administrative staff. There must be joint training programs for the investigators and the stakeholders, institutional facilitated funding agencies, and this would start with how to write a grant and end with complete project closure. For most investigators, very nature of research, there is no incentive to switch from their research program to innovation. Section 8 companies and IP protection would be one of the ways to go for that. I'll stop at this because there is not much time, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Prasanna, for an insightful talk. Next, I invite Professor Enjoy Basu, Chairman R&D Committee, IIM Udaipur.
A very good afternoon to everybody. First off, on behalf of IIM Udaipur, we'd like to have a thanks to both Niti Aayog and GUJCOST for inviting us for this conference. So let me start off. So let me start off with telling maybe 30 seconds on our institute. Then what we'll try to do is this: how did we able to build a research ecosystem? What are the challenges we faced, and how can we mitigate those things? So first thing first, click. So IIM Udaipur has been established in 2011, and being among the fastest growing management schools in India among its cohorts at that time. It's ranked 4th among the Indian B schools in the UT Dallas research ranking. Now UT Dallas is a bunch of 24 journal articles which are highly aspirational in nature, and those journals pretty much followed in the top management school in the United States. our focus from day one has been on quality and not quantity. So quality is always preferred over quantity. Well, we don't receive any funding from the government. Now, what makes our research ecosystem as effective or strong? So first off, we have a vision of 2030 that's based on high quality research and impactful research. Now, there are some key enablers how we can achieve that goal, and let me list some of them. Now, what we do is this: when a faculty joins the institutes, they're encouraged to apply for seed grants. The turnaround time of them is very fast. I mean, the administrative hassles is very less. Faculties are given a faculty development fund, which can use to present in international conference, so on and so forth. They can spend the term abroad, work with eminent people out there. There were a bunch of research assistants which they work through. On top of that, what we do is this: each area has area advisors. These area advisors are highly distinguishable persons on the other side of the Atlantic mostly, who are also editors in the top journals. So pretty much they work collaborating with the young faculties, and also when faculty members submit the article to them, they give important feedbacks. Now, in order to tie up with our vision of impactful research, what we have done, we've introduced young faculty chairs. Now, on the contingency of you getting a faculty chair would be that your effectiveness in delivering a high quality paper, as the reward that you may get may be incentivization in terms of your less teaching load and so on and so forth in the initial years. We have brown bag seminars where people of different areas present, and in order to facilitate interdisciplinary research, we always encourage people from the other areas to participate them. So we have a research day where we have one particular day for people present their research topics, and also these are top iced off with eminent people on the who are well published and renowned people, so that they can give their feedback. And how does this perform? Behind the scene is a research and grant office which overlooks all this in order to function how it functions. Having said that, this I will take later on. So, since the research in the Management Institute is mostly interdisciplinary in nature, so we have certain centers which encourage faculty to work on interdisciplinary research, and you have PhD scholars also to work with, and the RAs. So some of them are listed out, like the Center for Healthcare, the Center for Digital Enterprise, the JM Financial Center, so on and so forth. Now, many of them are funded by the industry and self-finance, the institute funds them, but nonetheless, I think they require more of funding from the government perspective. So let me just suggest one example, because we have a paucity of time. So in the Center of Healthcare, couple of faculty members working on it were successful in publishing an article published in the UT Dallas list in the Journal of Marketing. The whole idea is this: we know that in India, cervical cancer is common, but nonetheless it can be prevented if the screening is done at a deep level. But unfortunately, it's not done. So they came up with policy recommendation, and if one can implement that, it could benefit 21 million people, so on and so forth. But that being said, now from the sample, if you want to go to the population, it needs a large-scale implementation, and there we need the funding. It's not just the institute; it needs a three-way thing: the industry, the government, and the academic institutes. It needs to be a holy trinity to work together. And that's exactly what we are calling a translational research, where what you do in academically comes to practice. So that's exactly what we're seeing. So we need a commitment to influence the business and society, translating academic knowledge into real-world solution, and obviously industry relevance is at its core. So now, why government funding matters? Now, many of the centers operate on limited internal budgets. Industry funding is helpful, but it's not enough. Sustain and targeted government funding is essential to maintain the research quality, enable global collaborations, and deliver high-impact outcomes. It's three together that should work, not any of the parties. It's basically a cost-sharing thing. Now, also we think in this day and age of AI, the funding or setting up AI infrastructure, which is the need of the hour for, I think, in every academic institution, so on and so forth, because of its strategic importance, and it can also foster interdisciplinary research. Now, you see in Japan, so one of my friends who's working on the AI has said that Japan has a Japan National AI Cloud, which can be accessed among all the universities. So there's not too much of a bureaucracy in it. So if we can do something of that form, that even institutes which doesn't have too much fund can access this. So there's a public accessibility should be there. And can academic AI infrastructure be made a publicly available resource to build capabilities for high-end research? So, now, if you do a high-quality research, obviously there must be some checks and balances, right? There must be regulations. So here we are. What are the challenges to the current landscape? Now, any high-quality research, it takes years to build. For example, I can talk of management. Like my idea on the science is not that much, so I cannot talk on that. But I can say that top journals out there take 3 to 4 years of review time, right? So one has to wait for that. Now, currently most of the scenario is centered, and we need a metric that should define who is good or bad. Now, rankings can shape research direction if measured and implemented well. The current ranking, which is NIRF, so on and so forth, somewhat, I mean, unknowingly or knowingly, it's reward quantity over quality. But nonetheless, there is a positive move that NIRF assigns negative weight to retraction, and we have seen in India there is a risk of compromised standards and retraction, that certain papers get more citations, so on and so forth, which can inflate the ranking. So we need regulation that such a metric would be fine-tuned, and we should reward top-tier publications, be in terms of distinguished faculty chairs, maybe monetarized, so on and so forth. It's done in the other side of the Atlantic. They do it. So what are the policy regulators' recommendations? We should increase the weightage of our quality in rankings. For example, we can see that of the total pool of publication that is done, you maximize the number which is published in top quality journals. So the metric is in one-dimensional thing. There should be a national quality benchmarks for this, and we should also enable collaboration between the policymakers like Nitya, our government, the academia, and the industry. I mean, they should, because there's a cost-sharing thing, and we need three together to get a holistic outcome, rather than any one of them taking the brunt. So our world-class research ecosystem is a national responsibility, not for any individual, so on and so forth. It requires a joint effort from the policymakers. You see, funding plus regulation we defined is nothing but sustainable excellence. We need the funding, but there must be people who will oversee checks and balances. That will translate to sustainable excellence. Else, I mean, it's tough to get it. So we end with this. So we know as in research, as in life, it's not about producing more, but it's about producing what matters. We need to focus on what we want to do, and let the world recognize India for its high-quality research. So that's, by this, I guess, I will end the talk. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Basu. Because this is a technical session, and as we know in the afternoon, based on both the themes of technical session 1 as well as technical session 2, we shall have a panel discussion. However, after the 6th speaker's talk, we will have few questions and the floor open for few questions before I summarize. So I quickly invite Professor Sachin Patwardhan, Dean R&D, IIT Bombay, as the last speaker in this session.
Okay. So good afternoon, and speakers before me have made my task very easy because they have talked about very, very important points. Particularly, I thank Professor Dr. Prasanna for bringing out some pain points which I face on day-to-day basis. IIT Bombay's research ecosystem, I'll just take a minute to talk about it. It has grown into a very, very complex system consisting of 30 departments, 31 centers of excellence. We have a research park for last 12 years now. We have a business incubator, probably the oldest in the country, 25-year-old business incubator. We are setting up a translational research center currently, and our sophisticated instrumentation center is one of the, probably the best in the country. We have about 750 faculty, 3,700 PhD students, 400 postdocs. Our research budget is around between 450 to 500 crore. And the Dean R&D office is at the center of all this complex network of different entities that do research. We come up with roughly 2,800 publications, 200 patents every year. What I'm going to do is, since Niti Aayog is taking note of our pain points, I'm going to talk about specific pain points that I face as a Dean R&D of IIT Bombay. Well, one thing that we need to say is that there are two sources of R&D funding. One is, of course, government funding, industry funding, but from industry, one can get funding for research, actual research, which they use for their own product development, and the other is CSR funding. I think there is a need to encourage funding for research, not just CSR funding, because in CSR funding, there is no skin in the game. When they fund a research project in which they want to use it for themselves, there is a skin in the game, and there should be encouragement for translational research, taking ideas from TRL 3 to TRL 7, TRL 8, and that should be incentivized when it comes to. So having a skin in the game is extremely important. But my second point is also very, very important, particularly developing the ecosystem, is that we should incentivize indirect funding. What I mean by indirect funding is the R&D people from companies giving their time and co-developing technologies with faculty or with the academia or academic researchers. That's very, very important. What I have seen with multinationals is that our projects with multinationals become very, very successful because they not only fund the project, they also spend time. They also put their people to work with us, and we co-develop technologies. Unless this happens, culture of research cannot grow. In fact, the people who are employed on our projects should be absorbed by the companies, and this should be incentivized. Unless there is a matching ecosystem in the companies, R&D ecosystem in the companies, it is not possible to absorb the research that is being done in the Indian academia or Indian research institutions. So CSR funding is very, very useful for developing research infrastructure. It should be tapped for funding PhD students and postdoctoral fellowships. But the first one, where the companies or industries have skin in the game, I think is more important, and they should be encouraged to put their research people or research personnel into doing co-development with, that should be considered as a funding. Next thing that I want to talk about is a little bit about international funding. Many of the institutions are now getting funding from international bodies, international universities. For example, NIH funds a lot of research in US, and then some part of it is done at IIT Bombay because of collaborations. A critical aspect of many of these, or there are many projects from European Union and many other countries. A big problem for us is signing MOUs. Now, the MOUs get delayed sometimes for months, and this happens because of two problems. One is jurisdiction, and the other one is indemnification. These clauses are very, very restrictive. Most of the times, NIH-funded projects, they want jurisdiction to be US. If there is a dispute, IIT Bombay can be in a big trouble. So my suggestion is to create some kind of a national insurance scheme to support international projects so that, all the administrators, research administrators like me, deans, can feel safe when we are accepting these MOUs, when these terms in MOUs, because European Union, UK, and US funded projects many times want jurisdictions to be in those countries. We try our best to get Singapore as a jurisdiction, but doesn't succeed always. I think this network, safety network, is extremely important if Indian institutions have to take projects abroad. Flexibility in manpower is what is extremely important. My request is that we be given manpower budget without worrying whether we are employing 2 postdocs or 3 PhDs. As long as we are following the rules, it should be allowed, this flexibility should be allowed. Sometimes we write a project in which we put 2 PhD students. It's not possible to get 2 PhD students, but some postdoc becomes available and I'm not able to hire him or her because of whatever I have written in the proposal. So this flexibility is extremely important, and it should be given at the level of the institute. The director or the dean R&D should be able to allow these changes. As long as we are not exceeding the budget, I think manpower salaries is another important thing. In many of the cutting edge technologies, we have right now a lot of work going on in drones, huge funded projects in drones. AI/ML, we are developing Bharat GPT, something analogous to Chat GPT. Bharat Gen, it's called Bharat Gen, not Bharat GPT, sorry. So for such projects, it's extremely important to give very high salaries. We just cannot afford to give salaries at the approved government levels. It's important that we be allowed to give salaries at the market rate. If we want to do cutting edge research in certain areas, it's impossible to do it I'm sure this is same thing about ACTREC. You cannot get people working in cancer treatment at the rates that government gives. Creating translational research centers is extremely important, where experienced researchers can be retained for a longer period of time, beyond a project getting over. This is very, very important because stability given to the researchers is extremely important in terms of, a continued research at a high level. Otherwise, there is attrition, and it's very difficult to maintain. I think this point was very nicely brought by Dr. Prasanna. Well, my next point is, I have 2 more slides. And since I'm the last speaker, maybe I'll get 1 or 2 minutes more. I think overheads are one of the critical points for us, because overheads are used for many, many things. Not just to provide legal support, accounting and administrative support, but we use overheads to maintain very costly equipment that we have. And that money comes from, accumulated overheads. So many of the equipment are very, very expensive. We have some microscopes worth 42 crore, and one thing goes wrong, you have to spend from really nose. So it's very difficult to maintain those equipment. Giving high overheads is extremely important, particularly for AMCs and tax benefits. I think this is a very, very important point, in my opinion. Till 22, we used to pay only 5% GST. After that, we are paying 18% GST on research equipment. Some relaxation could be given to research purchases that would make money free for buying, research equipment. This not just making it easy, but also making it cheaper for us is extremely important. Government should, or government agencies should compensate for fluctuations in the foreign currency. Many times there's a big gap between the project proposal and actual purchase, and the currency fluctuates within next 1.5 years, and we are in trouble. IIT Bombay is able to support these fluctuations, we are able to do it, but not every institute can do this. So I think this is very, very important, and this is my last slide. Patent filing is very important, and as we have seen that the number of patents are growing. In IIT Bombay, we have suddenly started filing large number of patents. That's a good sign. But what I see is that the rigor of patent review process has to be maintained. Suddenly, anything that is being submitted is getting approved. That should not happen, because unless you have very strong patents, you cannot license them. If the patents are weak, the numbers will not help. So the claims should be strong, and that will help in licensing. Maintaining foreign patents is a pain point, because a lot of money is required. One US patent costs us about 20 to 25 lakhs. If institute finds money to file the patent, maybe Niti Aayog can create some fund to maintain the patent for 10 years. So that's a very, very important thing, because deep tech technologies take a long time to materialize, and waiting periods are long. So it's important that many things, this is my last suggestion. Many of our centrally funded institutes are doing cutting edge research that may not be possible. It may not be possible to license those in Indian context, in Indian industry. We should go global. We should have a licensing office established in Europe and US and in Japan, in Korea and Japan, because unless we are able to license our technologies, there is no pull to develop more and more technologies within the country. And we should not just look for companies within Indian companies, but also all over the world. This is all I wanted to say. Thanks for this opportunity. And
thank you, Professor Sachin. So before I conclude the session, compiling what did we discuss now, if there is any specific comment, I know we have a panel discussion in the afternoon, but if there is any specific comment or question any person want to ask to any of the 6 members here, they can ask. Okay, looking at none, looks like everybody is looking forward to lunch. I will quickly summarize the session that we just had. So firstly, thanks to all the 6 speakers who not only adhered to the time limit, but also adhered to the theme, and particularly gave significant suggestions to the theme, that is, how do we enable and improve our R&D ecosystem, both from the funding as well as regulatory framework. So a huge round of applause must be firstly for all the 6 speakers. During the discussion, several inputs have come, building on to Dr. Maselkar's talk this morning and that of Professor Vivek Ji's on need for removing bureaucratic hurdles, improving procurement processes, how do we have more autonomy and relevance to national and local needs, how do we create more trust in the system, improving collaborations across stakeholders, how do we try to find out problems that are more relevant to our local and national needs, improving monitoring, procurement, and approvals through common websites. Professor Dharmendra further then talked about R&D evaluation processes and how do we improve them through research groups formulation or group dynamics, improving funding ecosystem by not only the governmental related funding, but how do we generate funding from industry in PPP models, how do we improve R&D infrastructure by creating a regulatory body perhaps that can smoothen the processes for handling uncertainties in the system and improving throughputs. Dr. Prasanna very nicely highlighted how do we increase the portion of application-oriented research in our institutions, and some of the important directive suggestions, including increasing funding pipeline for JRFs and highlighting that institutes should be allowed to create new units for transnational R&D needs. How do we remove redundancies in our grant process and how do we write for the grants? Eliminate procedural bottlenecks in the regulatory systems. Professor Basu, though highlighted that currently Udaipur does not receive much of the governmental funding, he highlighted why governmental funding is important. He did mention about need for AI infrastructure, and there I would like to highlight that the Government of India recently through India AI Mission has already procured more than 34,000 GPUs and creating our own large language models. Therefore, India's AI mission is going very strongly, and this AI missions, this compute power is available to all the academic institutions. And the cost that country is incurring is less than $1 per hour for the compute power, so I think this is something that government is already doing. He mentioned that we need to have integrity, more quality-oriented parameters in the ranking systems. Professor Sachin, drawing upon a vast experience from IIT Bombay, very nicely highlighted about industrial R&D funding for transnational research. Of course, it is well known that our institutes are good and capable of doing TRL level 3 and 4, and we need bigger industry partnerships in order to take our research to the level 9, and therefore we need to have a co-development mindset. This was strongly highlighted. For international funding, the kind of challenges that were highlighted included the MOU challenges in terms of jurisdiction issues for dispute resolution, indemnification clauses, the clauses for comprehensive insurance for the research equipment. Important aspect, though we get funding, flexibility in manpower needs, including how can, in cutting areas, we can offer market rates for the manpower we hire. How do we create new transnational and translational R&D centers? And some of the important aspects in the end that he also talked about patent. How do we create international technology licensing platforms at a national level? Therefore, if I were to summarize with my own inputs, I strongly believe that India has very rapidly progressed in all the sectors, and particularly science and technology sector, through its policies of reform, perform, and transform in all areas. And I believe institutions also need to have the exactly same process of reforming themselves, transforming themselves, and performing along with the mission and the funding that we grant. And I believe this is crucial, because today is the day, a day of not working in silos, but working in synergies. Whatever the amount of funding government can give, and there is a great improvement, it is happening whether through ANRF funding, whether through RDI schemes, or whatever schemes we are talking about, there is great post, but whatever it is, there will never be a limitless, unlimited funding. If India has more than 1,200 universities and so many R&D institutions, no institution can ever have a funding that it thinks adequate. My personal belief system, and that I am coming because when I worked in the industry, I funded more than 10 R&D projects in different IITs. When I worked in academia, we have more than 40 R&D projects and R&D MOUs with top industries, and therefore I am talking from both sides. If we have to work with industry, we also have to give to industry what it needs. We cannot only operate in giver-taker mode, that industry will give money, industry will give problems, and we have to just solve and give them. I think this giver-taker mode of industry-academia collaboration has to change, and it has to change to co-creator, co-developer mindset. As our Honorable Prime Minister always says, the problems of 21st century cannot be solved with the 20th century mindset. So we have to think about building our own capabilities accordingly. For example, if there is an amount of funding available, can the 1200 universities in India or institutions in India work on exactly the same topic? The answer is no. Each of the institute has to develop what is or define what is their capability area, what is their strength area, and focus on that. If everybody works on everything, the answer will still be negligible. If government has focusing today through national missions, whether supercomputing mission, whether green hydrogen mission, whether cyber physical systems, quantum computing, so many areas. So there has to be a focus. Institutions also have to develop their own ecosystem, that should I receive a funding, do I have the requisite ecosystem with me to deliver? That ecosystem can be local industry needs, tie-ups, that ecosystem can be our research capability, that ecosystem can be defining the problem, relevance of the problem to the industry, and when the industry works, what will we give back? I think that is some question that will always and always keep coming. And I am very, very happy today that we are part of such an important dialogue where we have an opportunity to give our suggestions and inputs to Niti Aayog, the hurdles that we are facing, and also reiterate our passion and commitment that should these problems be solved, we are together in addressing the problems of India through technological means to develop our country into Viksit Bharat. Once again, want to thank you so much for your attention and your listening. Thank you. So I thank all the speakers in the panel once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request our moderator, Professor Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Lalbagh, Vadodara, to felicitate our esteemed members on the dais. Starting with Professor Suresh Gosavi, Vice Chancellor, Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. Thank you, sir. Next, Professor Akhil Ranjan Garg, Vice Chancellor, Bikaner Technical University, Bikaner. Professor Dharmendra Singh, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Vadodara. Dr. Prasanna Venkatraman, Deputy Director, Cancer Research Institute, ACT, REC, Mumbai. Professor Ranjoy Basu, Chairperson, R&D Committee, Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur. Professor Sachin Patwardhan, Dean, R&D, Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. Thank you, sir. May I now invite Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, S&T, Niti Aayog, to kindly felicitate Professor Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Vadodara. Thank you, everyone. With this, we conclude our first technical session. A heartfelt thank you to all the chair and all our esteemed speakers for their valuable contributions. We will now break for lunch. Enjoy your meal, and we look forward to seeing you all for the next session at 2:30 p.m. Thank you. I would like to inform that lunch has been arranged at the backside of the hall. Thank you.
Enhancing access to knowledge resources. I am very glad to welcome our esteemed panelists for this technical session 2. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, Director Physical Research Laboratory, who will be moderating this entire technical session. I request Professor Devika Madali, Director Information and Library Network, to please join on the dais. Dr. Sharmila Bapat, Director DBT NCCS Pune. I request you, ma'am, to please join us on the dais. I also request Professor Utpal S. Joshi, Vice Chancellor Saurashtra University, Rajkot, to please join us. Next, I'll request Dr. P.K. Dhakefalkar, Director Agarkar Research Institute, Pune, to please join us. I also request Dr. B.K. Raut, Director, B.K. Birla Institute of Engineering and Technology, Pilani, to join us on the dais. I request Team GUJCOST to please announce at the backside that the session, technical session 2, is going to begin very soon. And now, I hand over this technical session to our moderator, Dr. Anil Bharadwaj. Thank you, sir.
आप सभी को नमस्कार और 106th विक्रम साराभाई की जन्म जयंती पर आप सभी को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं और बधाई. Today morning I was busy with the birth anniversary of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, who is the father of Indian space program as well as the institute. He established the physical research laboratory from where I come, and every day on 12th of August, we celebrate this in a big way. So I was there in the mornings for the session which was to garland the statue of Dr. Sarabhai in the main campus, which was established in the year 1952 and which was inaugurated by then Prime Minister of India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. And now in Ahmedabad, we have another campus in the Thaltej, where also we do this function. So both these campuses combined together, we take about 3 to 4 hours to do the celebrations. Dr. Vikram Sarabhai not only founded PRL in the year 1947, but he is also the founder of IIM Ahmedabad, founder of National Institute of Design here in Ahmedabad, and many other institutes worldwide. But being a space scientist, he is the one who actually started the space program in the country. And now we know that the name of the lander of Chandrayaan-3 mission, which landed at the Shiv Shakti point, is called Vikram Lander. So we have Vikram Sarabhai now stationed at the Chandrayaan Shiv Shakti point also. And there is a crater on the moon, which is named after Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, which is on the near side of the Earth. So you have a small telescope, you can actually see that crater, because the crater is about 8 km in diameter and about 1.5 km deep. So with this, let me begin this session on very important topic of enhancing access to knowledge resources. We have 5 speakers in this session, each given 10 minutes, and I would request each one of you to restrict to your timings. I believe there is a presentation, or I think is there a presentation or is just a presentation? Some of you are making presentations. And we have about 20 minutes for our discussion among the panelists as well as from the audience. And this is a very good beginning with respect to understanding the ease of doing R&D. We always hear ease of doing business, but now we are talking about ease of doing R&D, and we have to see and give suggestions so that we can have a better ecosystem for doing research and development within the country. So with this, let me begin by calling Professor Devika Madali, and she is the director of the Infilib in Gandhinagar, and she will make her presentation for 10 minutes. So over to you, madam.
Good afternoon to everybody, and greetings on the Janamdin of Honorable Vikram Sarabhai sir. It is such a nice coincidence. I belong to Library and Information Sciences. The father of library in information science is called Professor S.R. Ranganathan, and today is his 133rd birth anniversary. And we have just celebrated this at InflibNet Center at Gandhinagar. And all over the country, this day is celebrated as the National Librarians Day. So it's such a coincidence that genius people are born and they contributed so widely on the same day. I know I have only 10 minutes, and I know that I am the first speaker after your lunch. So it is not a week, I think so. So I will just breeze through my presentation as fast as possible. I want to just highlight 2 things which are already there on the slide: research data management and research publications, because this particular session is concentrating on knowledge resources. And InflibNet, the center which I head, is all about knowledge resources. Yeah, the slides skipped one, I don't know how to go back. Can I go back? Yeah. Anyhow, I'll talk about the InflibNet itself. Is called the Information Library Network of India. It was the brainchild of Yashpal ji and started in 1991. It's okay, don't worry. It's okay. 1991 here at Ahmedabad, and from 2014 we started functioning from our campus in Gandhinagar. So by mandate, we are the UGC center. We are in UGC Inter-University Center located at Gandhinagar. By mandate, we have the mandate to network the academic and research libraries of this country, and by which it is not only books and physical collections. We do completely digital networking of the whole library system across India. But after some years, we have migrated just from supporting libraries to supporting higher education itself in India. So some of the our programs or offerings are like this. SOUL is our software for university library. This is a completely mature software which is free of cost, given to run libraries, library management software. And as I speak about nearly we have reached 5,000 installations in the country. The software itself is given completely free of cost, and we only do a cost recovery basis maintenance of the software. Our biggest offering this year is the PM-ONOS, One Nation, One Subscription, of which InflibNet was the chief implementer. Through the ONOS program, we have networked 6,000 institutes across the country. In the first phase, we are networking the central and the state university libraries and research libraries and government colleges. Through this program, we have brought 13,000 scientific journals to each and every participating institute. This is a huge sea change it will bring, because each of the libraries, especially in the state libraries, state university libraries. Subscribing to international publication was not at all possible. It was very expensive. And just imagine, this year we opened up 13,000 journal titles to all of them. And we have various other programs. I will not go into each one of them now. Our biggest program is the Shodh Ganga project. It is a repository of theses of Indian universities, and as we speak, we have crossed 6,10,000 theses completely online and free to be accessed by anybody who has the link to this. So those who are not still the members of Shodh Ganga, I would request you to be. And this is one more, we have the Sherni platform, which is a platform to network women researchers in the country. And this is a subset of our Vidwan database. And through the Sherni, we have networking over 1 lakh women researchers in different domains in India. So that was like a short introduction to my center. There is a lot more that we do. The website is inflibnet.ac.in. I would request you people to, whenever you have time, to go to the website and get acclimatized. But now the main issue I want to talk is about research data management. I'm sure in all our campuses where we work, research projects are ongoing at some level or the other. And I'm sure in all our campuses over the past several decades, research projects were ongoing. Okay? What did we do with the research data? Say, whichever we conducted 8 years back, 10 years back, or 15 years back. What did we do with the research data? Where is the research data? Many PhD students have graduated under our guidance, our supervision. Where are the data sets? Where are the data sets? And our country has invested a lot into data, into research projects. What are the outcomes and where are they located? Today we don't have answers to this. Some people, whenever I have made this speech in other forums also, whenever I say this question, somebody will say, no, madam, in one of our computer we always store. No, madam, we have a little project, we do that. But where is it? Is it visible? Is it usable? Is it accessible? And in what format it is? So these are the questions. When Indian taxpayer money has been paid for research projects, it is our duty to make research data available across time transient. So what happens to research data after the research is over? Are we doing research data management properly? Okay, this is the question. So this research data management is the complete cycle of organizing, structuring, storing, and generating during the research project and beyond. Okay. So why should we do RDM? So it increases the, nowadays we have moved away from just journal paper citing to data set citing. The world has moved away from just citing scholarly publication. Now we need data set citing. So when the data sets are not curated, then how do we get citation? So that is why research data management is very important to get the citations. It is also important for funding agencies to support the funded projects, helps in avoiding duplication of effort. It helps in gauging validation and accuracy of data, and it helps to archive the data properly so that it is available. So how do we do RDM? In the world, there is something called the FAIR principles. So just we have to adhere to the FAIR principles and make our data findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, and more importantly, reproducible. That is more important. If a certain lab experiment or something has been taken place, we have given a data set about it, is it reproducible? Can another young researcher reproduce that experiment and see what the status is? Only when we make the data sets from our last experience available is the future possible. I am giving only a very, very high level overview over here. Each of these will take one lecture if I have to explain in detail. So I will not, I only have 10 minutes, so I will not do all that. So how do we do this? RDM starts with planning. We have to start with planning. And how do we plan? Yeah, 2 minutes, okay. How do we plan? We have a tool called DMP tool, the Data Management Plan tool. This has not happened in our country so far. Whenever we grant a research project, we do not ask a DMP. In countries abroad, you can't start a project proposal without filling a DMP. Okay? So we need to get our act together and get our data management plans in place where we will tell what is the data we will generate, how we will store it, what are the formats, what are our plans to make it time transient, what are our plans to make it reusable. So this is what is about data management plans. And in India, just now we have helped, InfliBnet has helped ANRF by, we host the ANRF DMP at the InfliBnet, and we have talked with ANRF for their Maha-EV project. It has been implemented for the very first time that the participants of the Maha-EV have to submit a DMP. I hope that this culture of DMP spreads very fast across the country. Now, because the time is very less, I'll just end with this. Coming to scholarly publications. Scholarly publications, we each of us, I know in our CVs, we like to put, I have published in this high impact factor IEEE journal, Elsevier journal, or Springer journal. Why do we put that? Because we need recognition, because we need our promotion, and because we need our grants. Everything is dependent upon these high impact factor journals. Then what about Indian journals? Who is going to publish in Indian journals? No, ma'am, we won't publish in Indian journals. Why? They are of poor quality. We have been saying this for the past 60 years or 70 years. The next 50 years or till Viksit Bharat, will we continue to accept the dominance of the Western-driven rhetoric that only their journals are of high impact? Will we accept this forever? Will we never look at the Indian content and Indian journals? This is only a question that I have. I have the answers, but I will not probe over it now. I hope to answer it at the question answer place. So there is in the world what is called the evaluation of research methods are changing, and I take part in many of these forums. Evaluation of methods, evaluation of research need not be only impact factor based evaluation. We have to move away from it. The world has moved away from it. With those few words, I would like to end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Devika, for telling us about how the publications are happening as well as how the laboratories are functioning now. We move on to the next speaker of this panel, Dr. Sharmila Bapat, who is the director of DBT, National Center for Cell Science in Pune, and she'll be making the presentation now. Over to you.
Yes. Thank you. May I have my slides, please? Yeah, thank you. And a very good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity. I think this is an area that is very close to our heart. The National Center for Cell Science is an institute based in Pune, and which works in the area of biotechnology, specifically in the area of healthcare. Can I have the next slide, please? How do I move that? So, per our mandate, we actually work on fundamental, we were set up as a research institute that works on fundamental questions that are raised in addressing problems of society or in the areas that we really feel that biology needs to be developed further. So that is one of our primary mandates. Another mandate is actually the cell repository that we have, and which has a huge collection of mammalian cell lines, vertebrate cell lines, invertebrate cell lines, insect cell lines, and so on and so forth. And more recently, we've developed a microbial strain repository, which today houses about 200,000 strains of indigenous microbes that are isolated from different ecosystems in the country. And the third major mandate is human resource development for training and teaching. We have around 25 research groups apart from all our facilities and our repository activities. So I think we have been publishing in some of the best journals in the field, and that I think this is just to show you why I really think that this session is very apt for me to discuss some of the issues. We are not only knowledge creators, but we also rely on a good source of knowledge for taking our projects ahead and to taking our research ahead in the proper spirit of the job. So how have we been looking at enhancing access to knowledge resources? This is something that is really very close to our hearts, and I think we have been discussing in our institute across all our faculty about what are the strategies that we could come, making it equitably accessible to all. Because as a part of our mandate where we do training and teaching, we actually do a lot of outreach work wherein we go to remote areas and we try to teach the children there, at least at the higher school level or even at the college level, some of the aspects that are very important in science. And it's at those, it's in those type of interactions and communications that we actually face problems. So we have tried to integrate all of those, and that's something that I'd like to discuss over the next few minutes that I have to present. So what are the type of knowledge resources that are currently available? Of course, I think today is a time, earlier we used to rely mostly on the physical libraries, but today with digital information being made available, we are now more into digital databases. And along with that, I think it's very important to develop online learning platforms as well as take into consideration other types of knowledge sharing systems. Now, physical libraries definitely were important in the past, but today I think they are more than just a source of information in terms of journals or information in your own area of research. They are also looked at as a source of data. And I really appreciate the talk given by the earlier speaker, who has come up with a very definitive idea about how data can be generated and how data can be distributed. Today, one looks at a journal article not only to find what is relevant to your own area of research, but would also like to find out if there is some data associated with a study that can be adapted to your own research problem and which you could go into and get at a deeper level. So there are different types of databases that are currently available. Now over here I have probably listed only those that cite mostly the journals. But apart from that, there are data depositories like in the area of cancer biology. You have the TCGA, the Cancer Network Atlas. You have the Human Cell Atlas, which is actually a huge database of single cell spatial transcriptomics information. The earlier speaker also alluded to the fact that there are very limited databases from Indian data. But the Department of Biotechnology has recently set up the IBDC, that is the Indian Biological Database Center, at the Regional Center of Biotechnology in Faridabad. So there are data sets that will soon be available to many such research areas in biology at least. Apart from that, some of the things that we collated in our discussions in our institute is that we need to not just have access to these data depositories, but also that we need to have a more or to have a simpler way of access. Some of the ways of access, the data depository itself is a very complex process, but accessing it and being able to use that data is actually even more complex. You have questions or queries relating to the quality of data that is deposited, which makes QC a very important feature in generation of these data depositories. Accessing it again is a big challenge because of the size of these data. For example, even a small study might need several gigabytes of data And in fact, getting that data, having access to it, downloading it, storing it, and then using your own tools becomes a very complex process. So what we need are more refined platforms, for example, those that will be interoperable and which will be useful, which will actually be, which will have metadata available on it in different formats from, say, the same sample. So there is a depth of understanding that needs to be actually developed along with the database depository development. The world now is moving into AI and ML, and I think it's actually even applicable for not just research publications, but also these data depositories. So that is one of the wants that I think researchers like myself would definitely like to see developing in the future. Again, as I said, when we do outreach, I think what would be appreciated are the LLM models in Indian languages, which will make the dissemination of data very relevant to even remote areas wherein English may not be the preferred language. I think I'll skip some of these, but there's one important issue that we really felt is important, is that the article processing charges are quite prohibitive for, say, smaller universities or even a research institute, wherein if there's a publication that ensues from a project that was conducted over a 3-year term, by the end of 3 years, you have something really good to share with the world. You would want it to go to a journal that is well appreciated, so that the work also will be well recognized. But therein, the publication costs, and which are in not just in thousands of dollars, but the processing actually becomes prohibitive, wherein the funding, because of a lack of funding, very often Indian researchers do publish in low impact factor journals. The point, of course, of the earlier speaker is also well taken, wherein why should we not be publishing in Indian journals, wherein there will be better visibility, at least within the country, is also well taken, but there can be a big debate on it, and I will not get into that area right now. So what we would want is that Indian researchers actually are called on to review very frequently for all types of journals. Why can we not, as a nation, demand that if we are serving the researchers, can we not have a waiver for, say, the next article that we submit to a certain publishing house? That is one thing that we have been thinking about, that there are several publishers who now have their offices in India. Why can we not negotiate slightly better on terms, at least for article processing fees, a visibility in the journal progression, and also are some of the other issues. I have some other points to make, but I think today I will skip some of those. I had something to say about also the patent databases, which are today not accessible to all researchers. And today, if we are just focusing on research alone and fundamental research alone, that is not what actually the next generation wants to do. If you want to get into an innovation-based addressing of societal problems, then I think an accessibility to full-length patent details is a must. The USPTO does offer the full-length patent drafts, but not so of the other countries. So that is something I think if it could be taken up like the One Nation, One subscription, it would be a benefit to the nation and researchers. So thank you all for a patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Sharmila Bapat, for taking us across what's happening in the science domain, and particularly talking about how the publications can be done in a better way. We'll take a few questions during the discussion session on this, but we move on to the next speaker of this session, Professor Utpal S. Joshi, Vice Chancellor of Saurashtra University in Rajkot. So over to you, Professor Joshi.
Namaskar. So I don't have any presentation. I will be more of extemporary in my views on this particular topic. At the outset, let me thank Niti Aayog and GUJCOST for this nice arrangement of 5th regional consultative meeting on ease of doing research and development. In the morning session, quite a few topics which were really core issues of the backbone of this ease of doing research were taken up, particularly JAM and all this. That was very nice, made our task much more easy. Now coming to this topic of enhancing access to knowledge resources, I shall present few of my views personally. For this generation, access of knowledge resources is more like a problem of plenty. When a new student, PhD student comes for the research lab, at that time, because everything is at a click of a mouse, you will be able to bombard with so much of information from various search engines, and in that case, authentic and validate resources of knowledge is key, essentially. But at the same time, there are issues. Particularly, I come from Saurashtra University, a typical state university, although we are Meru University, one among few in India. So, but if you look at the the subjects like humanities and social science and languages, we really find it for the students difficult to find the resources, because they don't know even how to search. They waste about 5-10 hours and come up with a total output of maybe about which is half an hour job or so. So in that context, of course, few of the things which need to be taken care at local level, of course this is responsibility at the local level. But with this one nation, one subscription, one of the extremely good initiative, I think there are few things associated with that is the access to the high-speed internet, which is still quite a challenging in some of the remote places wherein we try to promote the research, particularly in some of the areas, tribal areas wherein this issue, because no service operator actually wish to go there because of these other constraints. So that is one of the issues that that is preventing the students from access to this nice platform that we have. And then, e-resource auditing. Of course, InflibNet has been doing it. But, having this large number of pool of the journals that we have, extremely costly, expensive, which is mentioned. If you try to find out demographically in India that which particular pocket has access to the particular journals, in how many articles are downloaded. So I think based on that, some of the hands-on training should be taken up, in my opinion, wherein we find that the e-resources are, completely underused. So there are few regions where it is a problem. So I think where, some hand-holding has been, if it is proposed, if it is done, I think much more better use of this e-resource will come into play. Of course, due to these digital libraries and e-content, more and more we have found that the students going to the physical libraries also is quite preventive, because they are getting everything at their desk. So in that context, our experience in our university is Bachelor of Library and Master of Library Science courses. Opting the students for those programs has been considerably lowered during past few years. So that also we need to take care into while promoting this thing. So these are few points that really and then if InflibNet can set up something called HILOS, which is high impact learning organizations. So if you have, on the contrary, one hand we have extremely underused e-resources kind of domains, where you have extremely high, wherein subject-wise some of the journals are not available. That is found that very specialized journals, in-depth, which are not available. If this HILO's kind of mechanism is there, high impact learning organizations, wherein we can have full kind of access to all the journals if possible, if partly that can be done. For PhD thesis, we have a depository like Shodh Ganga is a very nice platform. Of course, at the same time, Madam, you have touched upon this, RDM, research data management. I remember a few years back, I was a postdoc in Japan, where, if you see, there are so many laboratories who are publishing extremely good work in material science. But the thing is that after publishing this data as it is there, it is nobody touched it, either if it is patented or if it is published after that, and then there is a duplication of the work which is going on. Innocently, student take up the some work from the guide, but then eventually he does the same data analysis or same thing, repeating the same experiment which is already been done quite aggressively. So in my opinion, such kind of platform, I think for big data analysis, we now have AI and ML. So maybe with use of these things, if it is this kind of data management and the availability of the authentic data is made, so much of human resources and hours and efforts, time, money, energy can be saved actually in process of not to duplicate such kind of experiments wherein some of the same work has been available. So I think that is also use of this AI and ML for this big data analysis, particularly for knowledge resources. I think it is most relevant in present times. So the knowledge resources is restricted only to something which are very well digitized kind of a framework. Of course, for library also, although InfliBnet is providing the free of cost, but yet there are some of the issues which are related to managing the library resources in physical form. That is also equally to be touched upon. So all in all, in my opinion, many good steps are taken, but still if we look at the particular state university or maybe in some of the demographic area, because of this, some of the issues related to infrastructure, particularly the net and other things, these things are not actually proving to be the fruitful in the time frame that we wish to. So these are the things that one need to take care. And although we have so many things like plagiarism and the software is based on that, everywhere it is done. UGC has made it mandatory to do the plagiarism software and other things. But at the same time, the accessibility of this software to some of the places is also quite limited. In that case, we have seen there are big queues of the thesis which are waiting to be plagiarized and to run the software. So that is also one of the issues wherein more number of licenses could be given, and in that case the process could be made faster. And last and foremost in this case, I would say it is the validation of the research data. Although while we do the data management, research data management, but the validation of the data is the key, so that it will not propagate some of the wrong messages which are actually not reproducible. Of course, that point has been touched very rightly. So these are few of the views that I wanted to share with about this knowledge sharing and this. And again, when I started, I will just finish with the last same word. It is a problem of plenty when it comes to research scholar as far as the digital content is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Joshi. We move on to our next speaker, Dr. P.K. Dhake-Falkar, who is the director of Agarkar Research Institute in Pune.
Namaskar. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts, majority of which have been already presented by my previous speakers. So I will just try and move on to the next one, and that's going to make my job a little easy to stick to the time also. So India is a developing country. When we talk about developing country, it's really funny in terms of science and technology. And the reason for that is, in terms of science and technology, we are as developed as anyone else in the world. On the other hand, if we look at the distribution of the facilities and infrastructure all across the nation, you realize that on one hand we have 5-star institutes which have the state-of-the-art infrastructure. On the other hand, we have some of the lesser known state universities, small research institute and such kind of research centers where there are people who have equal inquisitiveness, who have equal intellect, but there is a lack of infrastructure that is available. One such infrastructure is access to the knowledge resources, and that is very important. No R&D can start from zero. For every single R&D experiment to be carried out or any such venture to be undertaken, there has to be access to existing knowledge, and there is always improvement on that knowledge or whatever facilities, whatever is existing structure. So for that purpose, it is important that one should have an enhanced or best possible access to the knowledge resources. Such resources can be journals, database, data sets, books, patents, etc. It really matters because when we have such kind of access, then it accelerates discoveries. It also enables collaboration. Collaboration means sharing the resources, sharing the infrastructure, and obviously it almost always results in improved quality of the research outputs, and that is something which is very important. But on the other hand, such a big country like India will always have certain challenges or barriers to such access, and such barrier can be listed as infrastructural limitations, as my previous speakers have already discussed in depth. It could be in the form of inadequate high-speed internet activity. There could be an inability to access the high-impact journals or the articles which are presented in the journals of very high international repute. But one of the most important barrier has been the language. Many of the researchers who come from some of the regional laboratories, they may not have such good command over English language. And in such cases, it may not be very easy for them to access the information that is available to them. And in such cases, it is important that one should get rid of these language barriers and make such research articles available even in the regional languages. And the resources in our country are also fragmented. They are scattered. There are very few such, I would say, ventures or very such sources where all different types of resources are gathered together. And there is also a technology gap. But it always results in undesired impact on the research. It may result in the duplication of the research. It may slow down the innovation. As Mashelkar sir was pointing out in the morning, that when India has published around 4,000 patent application, China has already crossed 5 million applications. When India is crossing more than 1 million publications, China has already crossed 6 million publications. So that kind of difference in the infrastructure or accessibility to the infrastructure is always going to result in missed global collaborations, opportunities, and there will be fewer opportunities for publications in good infrastructure. So we need to take certain steps to enhance our access to infrastructure. I will not go into details of the digital infrastructure development, which is very important anyways, but we must talk about the publication platform. We have to develop our own publication platform which could rivals likes of Elsevier or Springer, and one should have high quality, very well and efficiently reviewed publications where Indian researchers are highly encouraged to publish. That would get rid of many of the problems that are associated with article processing charges, open access, accessibility to information, whatever is available. And if at all India, all or majority of the Indian publications start appearing in the Indian journals, obviously world is going to take notice and more researchers will be encouraged to publish in Indian journals as well. So this is one important part that one should take. But what is most important is the developing databases, and this is one very important part I would like to highlight on. The research-focused databases must be developed in our country. Some subject-specific research repositories, something, you have the Medline database or you have NCBI database. There is one such database where you have right from sequence analysis, right from several books, right from various research journals, right from statistical analytical tools, methodology and protocols. Everything is available in one particular such resource. We do not have such type of resources in India, and that resource, whatever Medline I'm talking about, is restricted to only health related database. Can we not develop something similar to that? If at all Medline comes up with the database of journals, when we have Bharat Sciline, where all different parts or different branches of science, publications in such different areas can be brought together and have one database. Can we not have something which is similar to India ResearchGate? On ResearchGate, various individuals are putting up their research papers or preprints. Can we not have such repository where all Indian researchers are encouraged, or maybe made it compulsory for every researchers from India to put up their research findings, their innovation on such platform? Can we not have a research platform where industry and academia collaboration can be encouraged? How many of us are suffering from this problem? If at all you have developed a technology in the lab scale and that technology needs to be scaled up, then for that scaling up, maybe a biotechnologist would not have the understanding or knowledge which is required to develop such kind of technology where one can scale it up. Scaling up has its own problems, but then there are engineers, there are some technocrats, there are process control designers who can help you with that. But do we have access to them? When India develops such kind of industry academia collaboration platform where every academician can put up what exactly is his requirement, or every industry puts up what exactly are they interested in, what type of products they are interested in, then industry and academia can work together. All those who are having a common interest can work together. Such kind of database would be very useful. Research infrastructure mapping also could be very important. We have CCAMP or something like that, but we can have the enhanced database where more such information can be possible. What is important is to also have the cultural and traditional knowledge databases where you can have the knowledge system, where you can have the medicinal plants and related databases, where you can have multilingual scientific literature coming together, and you can have the specialized domain databases to map the biodiversity of such a vast nation. We always have to remember this, that we can protect our natural resources only when we know what we have. If we do not know what we have, then we cannot protect it, and Westerners can take benefits out of this. The pilferage can be dramatic, and to avoid that, one should have such kind of specialized databases, and there has to be a process of platform where everyone can collaborate and its impact can be very huge. So this is actually very important kind of database and data sets that needs to be developed, and if at all we did that, then we can do wonders. And my last point is going to be use of artificial intelligence. It is very important. Many times when a person does not have a kind of access to the journal, or when he or she is not able to understand what exactly is the complicated research paper about, the artificial intelligence can help them. But it is not only translating it to regional language, it is not about translating to easy to understand, but it is also about collecting the information regarding the protocols, collecting the information about novelty, even patent scaping and such kind of various challenges that are faced by researchers day in, day out can be sorted out by using the artificial intelligence. So we talked about Bharat Gen, somebody talked about it in the morning. Can we have Bharat Sci-Gen, where we can have a dedicated artificial intelligence platform which would cater to the help of all the Indian researchers in understanding. I will not go into details of that for the lack of it, but I would say that to develop the integrated intelligent ecosystem, such steps are to be taken. If at all we take them, then we will have the access to the knowledge which will be more democratized and available to every single Indian researcher, and the discoveries are going to be accelerated, innovations are going to be more impactful, and that would be the beauty of enhancing the access to the research infrastructure or knowledge resources to every single Indian citizen. Thank you all for your patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Dhake Falkar. We now move on to our last speaker of this session, of course, the least, Dr. B.K. Raut, who is the Director of B.K. Birla Institute of Engineering and Technology in Pilani.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the last batsman, so my job is almost done by all my predecessors. So I'll be talking about the institute from which I come from and the current role. So I work in an elite institute. I worked as a professor in BITS Pilani, Rajasthan. And then, in April, I took over this responsibility of handling one sister institute, which is adjacent to BITS Pilani, but it is ranked 2-tier or 3-tier, whatever you say. And I operate from my Pilani campus office, but I to and fro from my place of work to my office. So what I'm trying to say is the difference which I observed, and probably that is the reason why I have been selected, probably in an elite group of educationists, researchers and all that. I don't fit in, so I probably represent the voice of the third-tier institute, probably which faces a lot of difficulties, and I need to talk about it, and I need to share that how the knowledge management can be enhanced and what are the possibilities. So that I would be articulating in my presentation. So this is what the institute is. So I'm currently director of a group of institutes, and this institute has 4 verticals: ITI, diploma, then general college, and then there is an engineering college which offers BTech and MTech. And this institute, group of institutes operate under, there is a trust, SKCT, that is Sri Krishna Arpan Charitable Trust, which is again led by our industrialist, Dr. K.M. Birla. And the college is named after his grandfather, B.K. Birla. There are many confusions, so I just want to straighten it, that B.K. Birla group is different, and they come under the verticals of K.M. Birla's group, whereas the BIT Mesra is a different group, which is C.K. Birla's group. So that's totally different. So I just want to straighten that out. And this institute is established in year 2007, but it started with ITI, then diploma, then this engineering college came up in 2007, which offered various programs. And it is affiliated to Bikaner Technical University. Earlier it was affiliated to Rajasthan Technical University, and then subsequently it got transferred to Bikaner Technical University. So this is an engineering college which tries to offer affordable education to people at the grassroots. Whereas BITS Pilani is known for its elite class of students, and those who are kind of top-notch 1%, they join. So when I move from BITS Pilani to that campus, I see the stark difference of the resource shortage, and I would be going to articulate that, and probably my presentation will try to capture. And that is the problem of probably many of the institutes which are ranked 2nd-tier or 3rd-tier. So these are some of the key features. I don't want to talk about more, but yes, this is an institute which is NBA accredited and NAC. So it has been having various collaborations, on-campus training programs, facilities which are developed because it is supported by industrialists. So we do have facilities, but yes, we have our own challenges. So now, talking about the topic in hand, what would be the benefit, like by enhancing the knowledge management? It will be aligned, as you know, that immediate result which you would see is that it is aligned with our national education policy, and it will improve this quality of education and research. Probably bridge the divide between haves and have-nots, so a digital divide, and promoting inclusivity. So this is one of the benefit which you would find. And then by this process, by enhanced the knowledge sharing, so you will have increased faculty competence and development, indirectly or directly affecting the students. The quality of teaching goes there, offered there, and then enhanced institutional development and ranking and social impact. So they would be more useful there. So these are the benefits. But what are the challenges? Challenges of third tier institute? Mostly, lack of quality infrastructure and resource. And this is very, very predominant because of shortage of funding, because you see that finance is a big constraint, because strict regulation on tuition fees, structures, because you are operating in private, and you have very much shoestring budget where you have to work, and you cannot just simply invest on some of the infrastructures which you require for good quality research. So there is no kind of gap between industry and research and the competence available. So knowledge is accessible only in one language. Again, that's another problem where you only use English, and many of the students, many of the faculties use their regional languages. So that's also a challenge which you would be noticing in third tier institute. Faculty research mindset, where you need to have balance, but you would see that these institutes prioritize teaching over research. So that's an issue. So you need to find balance. So that's a challenge for third tier institute. Then the hurdles of getting projects, and then getting approvals, and then there are some inefficiencies which create bottlenecks, hindrances. The challenge is also in terms of copyright and licensing. Though the copyright and licensing are powerful tools, but we need to have a fine balance to have innovation and access to knowledge. One of my panelists told about plethora of knowledge. Yes, so we have plenty, but we need to have accurate, reliable data. So that is also a challenge to people. So what are the mitigation strategies? Strategies could be develop infrastructures, have strong policy framework, develop partnerships by having collaborations with technological R&Ds and institutes, organizations and governments, then technology-enabled outreach, and then having a capacity building, training. So there are various programs which can be organized to have these mitigations. So digital literacy programs, all these can be the strategies which can be developed, and it can be utilized. So our open educational resources, and then knowledge management system, accessibility features. So all these things have been articulated by some of my panelists. So what is the way forward? The immediate way forward is to promote open access and research visibility. Then the digital infrastructure has to improve in these institutions, maybe by funding, and then having a consolidated comprehensive resource, digital resource centers, Then high-speed internet, one of my panelists talked about it, because in rural areas you will have problems, so it can be offset by having preloaded libraries where internet is weak. Then specialized domain repositories like biotech, AI, clean energy. So these are some of the areas where we can have specialized domain repositories. Then we can have centralized access portals, which is already there. Some of them are being repeated here, but these are some of the centralized access portals which can strengthen, and then create a national academic knowledge hub, which will be kind of a one-stop platform integrating journals, datasets, patent research tools, and teaching materials. And finally, for the institute like us, enhancing this industry academia knowledge transfer is very important, where these institutes should be taken based on the competence. Obviously, industry will not come forward just like that. So need to show and prove that you are capable. So that's a very open challenge. But yes, every institute goes through that phase of life. So these are some of the way forwards which I can foresee. So thanks to the Niti Aayog for the opportunity, and GUJCOST, of course, for their hospitality. Thank you so much.
So let me thank all my 5 panel speakers who have put forth their ideas on enhancing access to knowledge resources, citing examples from different domains of their own research as well as their experiences. The panel is now open for discussions and questions. Let me start by asking this question to some of my panel members. Particularly, we talk about one nation, one subscription. And I would like to hear at least from 2 of you who have been quite using this. How successful do you think this one nation, one subscription has been to the scientists in the country? From Dr. Sharmila.
Thank you for asking that question. I think the one nation, one subscription is actually a boon to all of us. I definitely would prescribe that. All of us have used it. Actually, in my slides, I had this gradient wherein, you were kind of, initially, it used to be an individual-based accessibility. You would have someone you knew who would have access to a certain journal and so could send you the article you were interested in. Then the institutes also had a limited amount of access. So there were a slightly wider panel of journals that became accessible to you. Then if, for example, I come from a DBT institute, so we had the Delcon subscription, under which we had a larger access to several journals. But I think the more important thing is that today research is increasingly becoming more and more interdisciplinary. So it is impossible for any one agency to actually start giving access to a wide number of journals. And that is where I think this one nation, one subscription is really becoming very important.
So I think what Dr. Sharmila is talking about, it's a game changer for many scientists who work across the fields, not just in one domain or one type of journals where they do publish, and particularly the institutes which work in many domains of research. It has become extremely useful for them to get access. Probably not all publishers are still included in this, and we would still try to get that done, because we still do subscribe some journals which are not coming to that domain. So this is one point I think which is come out from today's discussion. Yes.
If I may add to that, the patent databases also, which I had suggested, would be should also go with the one nation, one subscription.
Right, right. You like to add something on that?
Yeah. So as a tier 2, tier 3 institute, our faculties are not having access to one nation, one subscription. So we don't have. So BKBIET, that group of institute which I belong to, they don't get. BITS Pilani gets it because we have our central library, but we get it not through their subscription because that's meant for only government institutions.
Okay.
So private institutions don't have it.
Okay, I think this is a point to be noted probably to see.
So
that to BITS
recently
Pilani.
at
That
the
BITS
ABSS
Pilani is not having it.
Recently at the ABSS conclave, Honorable Mantriji, Minister of Ministry of Education, when announcing ONOS, he said in the next phase, the private institutions will be considered on a fee-based basis. On a fee-based basis, they will be considered.
Can we take some questions from the audience? Yes. Mic दे दीजिए इधर. और भी. And if there is some volunteer who can help putting across the mic. आया? नहीं आ रहा.
So wonderful presentations. I mean, this is a very important topic, and we could hear from all the experts on, on different aspects. My question is about two particular things. Also, largely to Professor Devika, is about the Indian journals that you talked about. I mean, if we look at data, if we look at the ISN database of Paris, we have more than 25,000-30,000 Indian journals and periodicals registered, but not all of them are indexed in the good databases. If you look at Web of Science, hardly, I believe, 110 or 200 are indexed in Web of Science. About 400 are indexed in Scopus. So that's a major thing, and out of 25,000 is a very small number. Of course, that speaks of quality, but there are other issues that are associated with the Indian journals. But your point is very well taken that Indian journals should be strengthened, because if you don't have journals, Indian journals, then there would be largely no place where local research could be published. So research which is specific to local problems that India has, there's no place, because international journals would not accept that, because that's not relevant to them. So I think this is a very important thing, and something needs to be done in this regard. How can we strengthen? Also, I wanted to ask you about Shodh Ganga. I'm not aware whether Shodh Ganga is discoverable by search engines at the moment, or it is restricted only to a specific network.
Shodh Ganga is our flagship project and accessible through our website. However, we are going to implement our own other search engine called Indra. Indra will be across InflibNet all services and having all the latest search features. So through that we can do. About the Indian journals, I'm very, very thankful to you for raising this. I talk at various forums about this. The discussion is completely ignored. Nobody raises this because we are not mentally ready to even think that Indian journals could one day compete with the Elsevier's. We are not even there. We are not even ready to think. It's easier for us to just bundle it and say, nothing doing, Indian journals are poor quality. Don't even talk. Don't even think that they can ever compete with Elsevier. That has been our mindset. Changing mindset takes ages. So I have been trying to say to people, let us take, there is a problem, obviously there's a problem. We have to take the problem on its face and face it. Like instead of pushing it under the carpet, I with my hand paid 1,640 crores to 30 national publishers, some Indian, and मैंने पाप किया because I paid. Okay. 1,640 crores to international journals. because we think they are of high quality. Do you know how much we had to really appease them after giving this many crores? They said that they're doing charity to India. Okay? We are giving it a very considered price to you. This is the talk we get from them. Why? Because they are sitting on a high pedestal called impact factor. Impact factor has been created. This is a Western rhetoric. And we have fallen prey to this. Okay? And we will not change our mindset. I have been talking to people. And we have to start. If we talk about Viksit Bharat, it's my hope that at least a dozen Indian journals will be up there competing with these so-called impact factor. And like I said, these are all 1 hour, 90 minutes lecture I can give on how we can alter and engineer impact factors, and which has been done. But let us not have that discussion now. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, sir. Just wanted a clarity on Shodh Ganga. So, Shodh Ganga thesis, is it visible on Google Scholar or not yet? No.
The API for them to.
Okay, so you don't have
we
Google.
did give for a period of time, and then the agreement date was over. Then we have not given them again the API.
And they're also not indexed in the databases like Scopus or Science.
No, it is just on our.
In fact, just a small question to Madam Devika, just for where Dr. Vivek has left. I was just going to inquire whether the Shodh Ganga covers the private institutions, because as you are saying that they are not covered as a part of one nation, one subscription, but do they get a coverage in Shodh Ganga or
Thesis,
not?
yes.
Thesis, yes.
Thesis, yes. Except one nation, one subscription because of the cost. And like I said, even for the public universities, we are now kept a budget of 2,000 crores a year. Now you imagine if we go across to the other institutes, its cost factor is there. So we'll be working out a fee-based model to be more inclusive that we should see over the days.
So, but how many universities are now covered under Shodh?
6,500.
6,500.
Universities, government colleges, constituent colleges, and central and state universities, and research institutions. Government research institutions.
So there is still scope to enhance its coverage?
Yeah, in the second phase of ONOS, it is the aim to take it to the private also. Like I said, on a fee-based model.
No, not ONS, but Shodh Ganga.
Shodh Ganga is open now to everybody to do. Right now, it's open to everybody.
I will just add the one point related to Indian journals, which was just raised. You see, when we started our planetary science program, starting with the Chandrayaan-1 mission, the first thing which we did was that the Chandrayaan-1 mission instrument papers will be published in current science. We took a decision, all the instruments, there were 11 instruments on the Chandrayaan-1 in 2008, I'm talking about, we published in current science. They have citations of more than 300 right now. Second thing we did, the Mangalyaan, the Mars orbiter mission. We said all instrument papers, all mission, all project papers, and how we are going to do this mission will be published in current science. We have more than 300 citations from that. So this is the way we take decision ourselves, that we will not publish these papers in the foreign journals. Results can be published anywhere, but base instrument papers should be published in Indian journals because it's the Indian mission. And that's how we are getting this citation for current science now raised. It has gone above 1. Earlier it was quite below that. So it is our own desire to publish in our own journals which will carry impact factors, or I should say citations, for a longer period of time, because these are the core papers which will be cited by anybody who uses their data. That's how it is.
Ma'am, there is a query. We have an international publisher, MDPI, from China, and they are based in Europe. And within few years, they have many journals with impact factor. And I think they are following which you said, that within 15 minutes you can teach. So I think it is not predator journalship, but I think there should be a complete different training sessions to the Indian publishers also, how they can build up to the international standards. Because MDPI, they are charging the fees We are giving them impact factor, we are following their impact factor, we are rating them for the promotions, and you can see the submission to acceptance within 15 days. So I think that nexus should be busted by the academicians like you.
Yeah, I just, on the same line what you have said, I also would like to share my experience. Like one of the good piece of work that we later on published in Applied Physics Letters was initially we published the first report in one of the, the IUSC Inter-University Accelerator Center. They have the annual reports, and in the annual reports they put the highlights of the project which are sponsored and what is the outcome. The first report we published in that, and in my APL paper I cited that as well. So I mean, as you said, so that is like one has to take a stand, and at the beginning, like JJAP, which has come, Japanese Journal of Applied Physics. The first report goes there, and afterwards, parallelly they go in Science or APL, PRL, Physical Review Letters.
There is one small question, ma'am, actually to Devika ma'am. Ma'am, there is another thing which I feel that has happened to the Indian journals. This is a big pitfall. There have been some very good journals having very good standing on their own, which have over the years have got a big reputation of being good, but they have got into the clutches of international publishers. The journals have fallen into the hands of the international publishers, like, for example, if I can take an example, the Indian Journal of Plant Physiology, which is one of the best journals that came out from PUSA, is now a Springer journal. Why that happened? Why there should be government policy on stopping this happening, Indian journals falling prey into the international publishers' hands. We should have, and I think some mechanism should be there in the country where we should have our own system where we can support such journal.
So thank you very much again, and I'm sorry to the fellow panelists also. The InflibNet, from InflibNet I tried to propose the same idea, no takers, but anyway we are going ahead. We are starting the Gargi platform. Gargi will be the Bharat Open Science platform, where we invite the Indian journals to host journals at no cost on our platform. The entire editorial process, how they were doing, they can continue to do. Okay? But why they went to the Springers and Elsevier's as the platform? They thought that they are not good at publishing platform to run it, and there is a cost factor. That is the reason why our academy journals, which are of high repute, they went to international journal publishing platform, which is such a pity, in my opinion. I'm not telling everybody's. So we are going to give the space, we are going to give the know-how, we are going to give the training. So Indian journals, whoever are in this room, if you have Indian journals, if you are looking for a platform, please come to us, we'll help you.
That's great. And ma'am, I think the ideology of Make in India ideology should be brought to the Indian journals. I think that is how it should be.
Yeah. But I would like to clarify one point here. It is not that Indian journals are going to foreign like Springer or Elsevier. It is that they are asking that we want to be partner in publications. So it is a dual publication by a Indian Academy and Springer. So we don't pay any publication charges to them, no. Because I am witness to that, so I know that about it.
Yeah, but
and
then we
it is only that you get a dual platform for publication.
Yeah.
So Springer announces at their website and Indian Academy announces at their websites.
Can I ask one question to ma'am? Ma'am, is it possible to develop AI-based reviewing system for the Indian journal so that it would be unbiased, it would be more accurate, it would be much more efficient, and then obviously, and faster?
So we are in a talk with the ANRF after Dr. Shiv has taken charge, and whatever I said, our platform, Gargi platform, will be developed. It will be enhanced with AI-based tools with open anonymized peer reviews. So when they are open and anonymized peer reviews, lot of AI tools can be deployed and the results can be seen. This is the This is the foresight we have for this thing, not that it is still operational, it's at the idea level we are trying to implement.
Ma'am, yeah, there is a small question regarding the copyright the authors are signing for the foreign journals. So with the copyright signed by the authors, the data set also becomes the part of the proprietary of the publishers. So what is the clarification regarding this? Because this has been used for training the AI tools.
Yeah, the publication has author names in some order, alphabetic or whatever order. Dataset has no author names. Okay?
No, that's true. But most of the foreign publishers now they are using this data set for training their tools, and ultimately the tools are becoming stronger.
Yes, but the data set belongs to a lab or an organization and not to a group of authors. So still that disparity is there.
And secondly, regarding the open access, regarding the open access publishing.
You know, most of the journals actually ask for databases to be deposited into a repository. For example, say the GenBank databases, and now we have ourselves, we have an Indian database depository which has been created. So now it is quite mandatory that if you are going to publish about any findings in a set of data, it's mandatory to deposit it and make it accessible to everyone. So in that case, although the depositor gets the credit of having generated that database, or that data set, you know, it is accessible to all. The only data that is not accessible is clinical information or any kind of information that can be traced to an individual. So that still goes under closed access. Otherwise, mostly data sets for publications are easily accessible.
Yeah, but the publishers like Elsewhere, now they have come out with guidelines that the AI tool should not be used for referring the papers. So that is mainly because while in the referring process, the data set can be captured by the tool. And secondly, I also would like to know about the open access journals in the ONOS. So how many open access journals are covered and what is the policy implications?
Only paid to subscription-based journals.
So there is no open access?
Yes.
So
the APC-based part of it is open access, but we have not paid for it.
So are we not going against the global trends?
Yes, you have touched the soft spot for me.
Because
I said, "Maine paap kiya." I paid 1640. I confessed, but because I am an open access, open science advocate myself. But then that is step by step we can progress there.
Sure.
This is the first step.
Yeah.
I've also written about this in Nature India.
Yeah, one more thing is this ONOS has got subscription model. So whether it is going to be sustainable?
Yes, I guess because we were really grilled by Government of India in several rounds before they granted it.
Okay.
So sustaining, yeah.
Thank you.
So I think with this, I'd like to end this discussion on very interesting topic of enhancing access to knowledge resources. I would like to thank all my panelists over here for interesting presentation and discussions. And with the point that how AI is now going to impact this resource utilization and knowledge sharing, because we are seeing it as a disruptive technology coming in front of us, how we can enable AI to utilize it or disable AI to unutilize it. Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Anil Bhardwaj, Director, PRL Ahmedabad, to felicitate our esteemed eminent speakers, starting with Professor Devika P. Madarli, Director, Inflibnet, Gandhinagar. Followed by Dr. Sharmila Bapar, Director, DBT, National Center for Cell Science, Pune. Professor Utpal Joshi, Vice Chancellor, Saurashtra University, Rajkot. Dr. P.K. Dhakefalkar, Director, Agarkar Research Institute, Pune. Dr. B.K. Rao, Director, B.K. Birla Institute for Engineering and Technology, Pilani. Thank you, sir. May I now invite Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor S&T Niti Aayog, to kindly felicitate the moderator, Dr. Anil Bhardwaj, Director, PRL, Ahmedabad. Thank you, sir. Now, with this, we bring our session to a close. We express our gratitude to the moderator and all our esteemed speakers. Now we move towards the panel discussion 1. Before that, I would like to inform that following the panel discussion 1, we have the visit to the Astronomy and the Space Science Gallery, a special planetarium screening on Voyager, arranged here at Gujarat Science City for the delegates.
Having explored funding and regulatory frameworks as well as knowledge resource accessibility, we now bring these strands together in our first panel discussion. This panel will integrate perspectives from both earlier sessions, aiming to produce actionable insights on how to remove bottlenecks in research funding, simplify administrative procedures, and expand access to scientific resources nationwide. The discussion will be moderated by Professor C.C. Tripathi, Director, National Institute of Teacher Training and Research, Bhopal. We are honored to have a diverse panel of experts, including Dr. Manoranjan Mohanty, Director, ICAR, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, Dr. Deepak Saxena, Director, Indian Institute of Public Health, Gandhinagar, Professor Vijay J. Fulari, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad, Dr. Manisha Madkaikar, Director, ICMR, National Institute of Immunohematology, Mumbai, Professor Nilay Khare, Dean, RNC, Maulana Azad, National Institute of Technology, Bhopal. I request all the speakers, all the panelists to please kindly take their dais. A gentle reminder to our respected panelists, bell will ring at 8 and 10 minutes to help us stay on time. With this, I hand over the proceedings to our moderator, Professor C.C. Tripathi, to guide this insightful discussion. Thank you.
हेलो, तो सभी को नमस्कार. Good evening and welcome to all. So this is the first panel discussion where we are going to wider of the audience on both the topics we have discussed since morning. Like the first one, the ease of doing business. And in this section, we'll be basically focusing on the actionable points. First, to the strengthening of the R&D ecosystem, funding and regulatory framework, and second, enhancing the access to knowledge resources. I would like to sincerely express my sincere thanks to the earlier panelists and the resource persons who have deliberated these two subjects in detail since morning, and most of the points have already been covered. Still, we hope that this panel will also come out with some actionable points on these two topics which has been deliberated earlier. So, since we are already 15 minutes late, I will not like to take more time and invite my first panelist in this session, Dr. Manoranjan Mohanty, Director ICAR, Indian Institute of Soil Science, IISS Bhopal, to please open his views on these two topics, that what could be the actionable points related to the strengthening of R&D ecosystem with regards to funding, regulatory framework, and enhancing the access to knowledge resources. Dr. Mohanty, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here, and I want to get back to those points raised and discussed and deliberated by previous speakers. But before that, I would like to say that one important thing, our vision for 2047, where we want to see our economy more than $30 trillion, and our population is going to be 1.7 billion. So, and what is our strength? Our strength is the young generation, and young scientists, the numbers definitely will be higher. So when you talk about funding, yes, definitely everybody was talking about that. Funding is most important criteria. But when, as a budding scientist, when you enter into any campus as a scientist, what you see there actually? The ecosystem for research. Can we provide that ecosystem to the scientists? This is the first question I want to ask everyone. When I joined as a scientist, then definitely I have some aspirations. I have some, something in my mind that when I enter into any organizations, be it ICR, ICMR, CSR, any organization, then first thing comes to mind, the ecosystem that we are providing to the scientists. Being director of the institute, I always see that also. But in that ecosystem, the young scientists, when entered into any campus, that time we see that one kind of things we are providing to them. Just like if I see that doing some research, we are talking about ease of doing research. So are we providing them seed money, because all of them not getting the opportunity to get external funded projects at the initial or beginning of their career. So seed money is an important, that should be part of all the ecosystems, all the organizations that are working, all the research labs. So I think most of the research labs, they are not providing seed money to the scientists to beginning their career in the first 5 years. So this is one important, because, and second thing, because we are talking about ease of doing research. Second thing about them only, because I will talk about empowering the young scientists, because they are the scientists who take us to further, When we vision 2047, when we want to see them. So giving them the opportunity to do research, giving and facilitating the research for them also equally important. And second thing, if they require some kind of capacity building, if they require some kind of training programs, we should help them. We should also see that they also work, at the beginning of their career, they should also work with the companies or startups, something like that, so that they can get exposed to what is the need of the society, all those things. And one important, because I am taking in that direction again, there is failure and there is success in the system. We don't actually count the failure. We don't, register the failure in our any programs, all those things. So actually failure is the pillar of success, as we call it. So from there, actually it's an experimental learning. We learn from our failure, from our mistakes. When they are not registered, they are not documented, then probably that's the one line we are missing. And particularly for the young scientists when they joined, when you see that actually they are failed in some attempts, we should not discourage them, rather encourage them, see that they, the areas in which they failed, we should give them enough opportunities. But those who got the success, we should not discourage them also. We should also give them enough opportunity, because we talk about incentivizing the research. Money is not the factor, because that was also presented by Professor Maslekarji, and he's also incentivizing research through money. Government has stopped this. So, but we can encourage them, not in terms of money, but can we encourage them getting more fund and involving them with more projects, and encourage them with more activities in the institute, so that they get encouraged and do research in that direction. So my opinion, actually, ease of doing research is giving a proper ecosystems, that ecosystem integration of all those things that were presented by previous speakers. So target the budding scientists, the young scientists, this is the one point, and the seed money provided them at the beginning of their career. Apart from that, we have been talking about so many things. Since so many speakers have talked about, I don't want to repeat them. They are well presented, and they should be noted also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohanty. Now I invite Colonel Professor Hemlata K. Bagla, Vice Chancellor SNC University, Mumbai. Okay. So next speaker in this is Dr. Deepak Saxena, Director, Indian Institute of Public Health, Gandhinagar. Please.
Am I audible? Thank you. Good evening, and at the onset I should thank Niti Aayog and GUJCOST for organizing this wonderfully. Probably me and some of my colleague, Director NIOH there, Dr. Bhavesh, are from a different domain, because we believe that research should culminate into policy. And when we talk about policy, we essentially talk about public health, because we represent Indian Institute of Public Health and he represent National Institute of Occupational Health. So since morning I have been discussing, deliberating, and have been listening to all those wonderful orations. My 2 cents, can this research have very simple messages, so that actually can be absorbed by those who are directly dealing with what is known as public health, or for that matter of fact, for those who are the most vulnerable. For example, in 2010 we devised heat action plan, and what we today know as red alert, orange alert, and yellow alert was devised on very simple logic, simple mathematical modeling. So my first request to all those researchers, and we have been talking a lot about how research can culminate into publications, but beyond publication is evidence-based policy generation. So my single request is, or something which I was here to listen about, is what actually can be done so that the best of research that has been culminated. We are struggling with climate change, we are struggling with many public health issues like lead poisoning, for that matter of fact, infectious disease, tuberculosis, but can something be done? And I stay, my next door neighbor, our university is in Gandhinagar, our next door neighbor is Sniper, their next door neighbor is IIT Gandhinagar, their next door neighbor is Gujarat Technological University, but do we share the data? No, because we all are researchers. What we feel is whatever is generated by me is mine. And therefore the second request which I'd like to make is there any possibility of convergence? And kudos to the organizers who had done this wonderful job of inviting all of us at one platform where I can hear, I can listen someone who is from soil science, someone who is from Amarkantak, someone who is from Bhopal, someone is, madam, I had met at many platforms. That's my second point. And my last point, which I'd like to really conclude with is, we need networking, we need convergence. And we had a lot of discussion, we were deliberating on funding, international networking, but is there any process to ease out what is known as HMSC approvals? Is there any process to really ease out about CTRI registrations? My answer is probably no. So if a naive researcher who is trying to venture himself or herself into cluster randomized control trial or something pertaining to behavior, because a lot of discussion here is across molecules, across high-end lab, but we also need to look for something which is very important for the community in large. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak Saxena. Now I invite Professor Dr. Vijay J. Fulari, Vice Chancellor Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar, Maharashtra University, Aurangabad, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Please.
Good evening to one and all.
Yep.
So as far as considering the strengthening the R&D ecosystem fundings and regulatory framework, I would like to explore few points. As far as interdisciplinary research is concerned, as well as public-private partnership and researcher mobility. Since morning, we have a 2 session, we already heard the lectures and again discussions of the panels and etc. So nowadays, interdisciplinary research and interdisciplinary projects have a new boom, but it should be effectively established and which will be helpful for local dialects of students and local population. In the second case, the public-private partnership projects should be funded by CSR. As far as my place is, Sambhajinagar have a huge industrial area and they are willing to sanction the projects with university departments. Third point is the research mobility. If I had an international research project, I have few research students, then the researcher mobility should be there from to and fro sides internationally. If I had a project with UK, then UK students come to here and our students also learn to there. This axis should be perfect to and fro. Another point is that as far as this enhancing access to knowledge resources, the important concept related to the digital divide, already both the madams have discussed the open access initiatives, digital literacy. Important point is community engagement and sustainability and long-term preservations. So this sustainability and long-term preservations helps as far as Indian publications are concerned. Madam explored the situation of the Indian publications. People are willing to publish with high impact factor with foreign journals, just Relay, elsewhere, Springer, etc. So madam, you said true, but in actual practice, we people are not going to follow. If we people will start to publish or strengthen the Indian research publication, then all people walk on the same road. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Now I invite Dr. Anisha, Director ICMR, National Institute of Immunohematology, ICMR, NIH, Mumbai. Please, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, sincere thanks to Niti Aayog and the entire organizing team for inviting me for today's discussion. I think this is one of the important discussions that are going on, and to bring the key stakeholders on a single platform to probably improve the research in this country. So coming from ICMR Institute, I think majority of the points have been already covered by previous 2 sessions in terms of research funding. There are few things that I feel coming from an ICMR institute or medical research institute. One is probably when we are deciding research priorities in terms of either intramural or extramural funding that ICMR and DHR provides. Collaborative meetings between the key stakeholders like NHM, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. That is something that we should do to prioritize the research areas, and especially when it comes to areas where you want the research to translate into policies. Second is probably what I feel is now the research funding overall has improved, especially in ICMR. And with ICMR improvement, ICMR giving a lot of extramural funding to other agencies, I think overall research funding has improved. But what I feel is now we should take some steps to avoid duplication of research. So we should have a system where we should be able to see already ongoing funding by the different funding agencies, to know the areas that are already funded and probably avoid duplication. Another is duplication of infrastructure. That is something I feel, because I remember a discussion with a flow cytometry company, that he told me that one of the premier institutes in India have 40 flow cytometers, and I was really taken aback. And this is something I think we must focus, and this is the time I think we should learn to collaborate. And within the institute, if there is so much of duplication, imagine the duplication that we have across the country. So something I think we now have IRIS portal, and I'm sure this eventually will be taken care of, but this must be ensured when we are, so optimizing and utilizing our funds judiciously is something that I feel is important. Another area that I feel is, at least for ICMR or DHR, is somebody has, I think Madam from ACTRIC has already highlighted, that we give funding for short-term projects maximum up to 3 to 5 years. And in ICMR, I think we should focus on long-term cohort studies, because you have seen in the history of medical research that long-term cohorts give you a lot of insights and probably outcomes, good outcomes. And some of them should be initiated within India, and I think they will eventually benefit us in long run. Then a little bit of thought in terms of medical research or biomedical research in general, that we are giving a lot of research funding, but the reagents that we use for biomedical research still come from outside, and we pay a lot for these reagents. And maybe a systematic thought of investing in developing facilities which develop simply like maybe monoclonal antibodies or molecular biology reagents. So a thought maybe in that direction. In terms of improving, if we have to improve or make the things cheaper, we'll have to think about in this direction. Exempting reagents and equipment from GST was one of the good ideas that I liked. I think somebody had proposed this earlier. And maybe promoting partnership very early, because currently, at least in ICMR, probably we are not allowed to partner with the industry early on to develop some product or drug. So if we facilitate this, because we have developed many diagnostic assays over the years, and we have realized that right from concept to actually coming into market, it takes nearly 8 to 10 years. And this is at every step there is a delay. And significant delay can be avoided if we partner with the industry very early, and this is something that we should think of. And in terms of regulatory framework, I think we need to have some flexibility in hiring at least the contractual manpower in terms of age relaxation, in terms of relaxation in experience and these things. And institutional level fellowships, if we can have some more, or we can have JRF, SRF and postdoctoral fellowships, which we can provide at an institutional level, that will definitely benefit students. And if we want to develop one particular area, we will be able to develop that. I think that is, those are my thoughts in this area.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Very nice suggestions. Now I invite Professor Nilay Khare, Dean RNC, MNIT Bhopal.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Professor of Computer Science in NIT Bhopal. And in a research ecosystem, I want to touch a few stakeholders of it, like students, faculty, industry, and the government. Now come to student side. What I have seen in NITs and even IITs, you know that students, those who are in third year and final year, they are thinking about their placements. So at that time, if some of you might have seen that we have a research component in the final year, maybe something in pre-final year, where they have to do some minor project and major project work. But the actual thing is that in the final year, students are not that much interested in their research or even in their theory papers, because their focus is on the placement side. So my suggestion is that we should encourage our students right from, not even by first year, then at least from the second year onwards, from third semester onwards. We can involve our students into the research. The second thing is that the schemes what we have are mostly in almost all the NITs are rigid one. Means they have to do these many courses, they have to do these many labs, they have to do these many, you can say, project work. Why we are not making flexible? Say some of the students are very good in research, or they want to do some activities for developing later on some startup. Why not to award some credits for them? Why they can earn credit for completing their degree only through the courses? So this is another point. We have to nurture our students by giving their, by encouraging their interests. Some of them are good in research, some of them want to develop their own industry, they want to develop a startup. So why not to award some credit if they are doing something fruitful there? Now when we talk about faculty members, then what I have seen, I may be wrong, that many faculty members are doing research because they have to do research for their promotions, because they have to earn certain points so that their promotion cannot be blocked. They are not born researcher, they are not internally interested in the researcher, because they may do some teaching work, they may do some administration work, but they are not capable to do research. But our system is that everybody has to do almost all the things. Every faculty member is supposed to do teaching, research, and if you are in some senior position, then you have to do administration also. So the balance, to make balance among all these three pillars is a very difficult for the faculty members. Why, if somebody is good in research, then we can give some flexible load that, okay, you can continue in research, your teaching and administrative load can be shared by somebody else. So this thing. Second thing, what I have seen, that I don't know what for other branches, but because I am from computer science, AI area, most of the AI research and computer science research, new research, we are not the good companies are not publishing their research in the journals. Rather, they are prefer to present their research in good conferences. Nobody has talked about conferences. Still, we are not talking about. Even for the career point of view, people are getting better positions by publication in journals. So this is another point, because the conferences are fast. Conferences are accessed very easily by many persons. Industry is normally participating in the conferences, so that part also we have to touch, especially in, I am talking about cutting edge technologies. Third, there is a debate in most of the higher education institutes whether to publish your paper in the paid journal or unpaid journal. Now, paid journal means the research quality is poor. But today, most of the journals are open access journals, and they are taking charges from the author, because they are not, whatever work we are basically giving in the form of paper, all these works will be openly accessed by so they are not getting money from subscription, because journals are open access. So here we have to change our mindset that open access journals are not that good. Almost all IEEE, ACM journals are either hybrid or open access. Now everybody is coming for that. So this is another issue what I am talking about. Third, when we talk about government funding system, I think there is a confusion. Whether the funding should be given for the research that will increase the profit of the industries, or the research that will serve the common people. So there is a mix of this. Even the faculty members, those who are doing research in institutes, they do not differentiate these two things. And even the projects for which we are getting funds are quite mixed. So we have to make a proper separation of these two things: industry-related research and public or fundamental research. Industry related research, from my point of view, must be funded from industry only. Means the research what we are doing will be useful for earning profit by some industry. And see, all of us knows that our good scholars, those who are graduating from IITs and NITs, those who are interested in research, they are not taking admission in any of the IITs or NITs. 99% of them joining good institutes which are there in US or maybe some Europe. And when they will complete their PhD, after their getting degree, do we have anything where they can work here? Whatever research labs are there in India, 90% research labs are there for the industries which are foreign industries like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, NVIDIA, IBM. Can you name any good research lab of Indian industry? So these are the points where, of course, some, I don't know, I've forgotten that who has said this thing that industry is always cooperating. But my 36 years of teaching, I have never seen that any industry came to NIT, I do not know, that do this research for the, even in Bhopal, we have a public sector BHEL. And it's a quite old and very profit-earning public sector, Navratan. But even they are not going to educational institute. They are buying technology from Germany, from Siemens or from other Hitachi and many other companies. Even there is no compulsion from government side that you have to do research. And once there will be a compulsion, then they have to contact academic institution because they do not have that much manpower to do research.
Sir, please try to conclude it.
Okay. So that is all. So my suggestion will be that please the ecosystem can be developed if we involve all these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Nilay Khare. I think now we are well in time. We can take few questions before concluding this session. Questions from the experts? Okay, I think there is no question. This the thoughts which has been well percolated among the audience. Let me conclude this session. I think all the experts have well contributed to discussion on the both two topics we have been deliberating since morning in the area how to ease the research and development. I'm not going to read exactly what our experts, panel experts have said in this session. Before that, I will like to point few things which from my own experience. Just for the policy maker, particularly from the Niti Aayog, like we have come with a one nation, one subscription. That is going to help the whole country in terms of increasing the access to the research journals and the databases in the for the good help for the research activities in the country, at least for the government institutions which has been facilitated. Similarly, I recommend on behalf of the participant that we should also develop one nation, one subscription for the softwares. There are many softwares, like initially in 90s, SMDP project was led by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, where the VLSI designs, electronic circuit design softwares were extended to free of cost to the NITs and IITs. And that took a very clear lead in the area of VLSI design. Whenever you go and look over the semiconductor industry, which is particularly the talk of the day for whole country, you will find more than 20 to 25% semiconductor design experts are from Indian origin. And this was the result of the SMDP project taken by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. We should also take initiative to develop some means to, in the line of one nation, one subscription, to have the access of subscription of the journals, the computer-aided design journals, electronic design automation softwares, like it could be mental graphics, cadence tools. For the RF engineering, there are a number of tools, CST, etc. Similarly, in the computer science, AI-related tools, which are very, very costly if you go for the institution subscriptions. This could be in the line of, say, one nation, one subscription. All design tools, including CATIA in mechanical, and AutoCAD, similar to this. All these softwares, even MATLAB, they are costly, huge money for the country. And every institutions are trying at their own way to subscribe these softwares. I think this is the one approach one should take note of while helping the country in the developing the infrastructure, developing the resources for the research and development. Second, like we are targeting to develop this country as a developed nation by 2047. In this efforts, we have to do a lot of re-engineering. We may call it the reverse engineering, we may call it the developing, copying, or prototyping and improving those products. And particularly in the area of medical equipments, which are very, very costly, and we cannot afford to provide the access to the whole country. And in that sense, we have to do the reverse engineering. So for that sense, those patents which are accessible and those beyond the Copyright or the Property Right Act, those can be easily made accessible to the institutions in the country for to be taken as a development projects. This patent data base is very, very poor. We can have access to the research journals, research papers, but it's very difficult to find the patent data for all the products readily available in the industry, even those products which are out of ambit of the patent claim. So the subscription of the patent database could be one of the priority for the enhancing the R&D activities. My personal opinion regards to the, I don't think this is right to mention here, like we have been differentiating our publication as our own academicians wish that publications are national journal or international journal. I don't know why we call it national journal. Content and knowledge is not a national or international. So if American British publish in Indian Journal of Pure and Applied Physics, will it be national or international? I don't know. I think we should come out with this concept of national and international wherever it is published. It is because of the, I think, the academic institutions have prioritized the promotions, etc., in terms of the criteria of publication in national journal and international journals. Once we remove these criteria, if the publications are having the good number of citations. Citation could be the one of the criteria, although in this country that could be also manipulated. But still, if the citation could be the criteria, it doesn't matter where you publish it, in national or international journal. So this is my personal suggestions. There was one suggestion from the panelists in the last session that there is a very poor uneven distribution of the R&D infrastructure. When I was a student of Banaras Hindu University long back in 1980s, one American scientist visited and he saw the two scanning electron microscope, those are TEM, Philips TEM, and he was surprised to see two TEM microscope in the same campus, Banaras Hindu University campus, very nearby, one in physics department, another in the material science department. He said, this country is so rich, you can have access of such a very high costly equipment in a very, very close vicinity, even not in hundreds of meters. So the distribution of the equipments, we have got plenty of equipments and R&D infrastructure in the country. I don't personally feel that there is a shortage of equipment and R&D infrastructure, but we don't have the mechanism to have a distribution, proper distribution and access to it. From last so many years, ISC Bangalore has taken this initiative to develop the listing of the R&D infrastructures costing more than 10 lakhs. But we have not been able to have a detailed listing of those infrastructure equipments and have been able to develop the mechanism for access to it. And personally, I feel that since I have been also working in this area in research and development, I feel that these equipments, high-end equipments, are not made accessible to the researcher within the institutions. Not to talk about the outside the institute and other institutions, or maybe the inter-institutions, inter-state or inter-city, but within the institutions, these equipments are not made accessible. And the reason I personally feel is that these equipments are imported in nature, highly sophisticated, and we are not confident enough that once it goes down, we'll be able to make it recoverable and we'll be able to use it further. Therefore, the solution to this problem is to develop the equipments and machineries indigenously so that we can easily repair it, maintain it, and then we can spare it to others for others' uses too. So the indigenous development of equipments, all sort of, it could be testing equipment, it could be process equipment, should be the top priority of the R&D institutions to make this country self-reliable, to make this country a developed country. We cannot depend upon the imported equipments, machinery, etc., in the name of equipped R&D infrastructure. The most important thing in the materials, the raw materials. For all small raw materials, we are dependent upon the other countries. Particularly China is going to create a lot of problems to us. And this is the right time that we also take initiatives to develop the raw materials for all our processing, all our equipment, at least those futuristic equipment like 3D printers. I'm giving just a small example. The raw material for 3D metal printer, aluminum alloy, is costing around 8 to 10,000 rupees per kg. Whereas the same raw material, aluminum, is costing around 700 rupees, 600 rupees per kg. There is a requirement to develop a technology for converting aluminum raw material into the powder form to be used for the metal 3D printing. We cannot depend upon importing the raw materials for all kind of research development. Very small amount, those people who are from bioscience, they know it, that a small biosensors, bioassays of microgram and micromilliliter costing 20,000, 30,000, even lakhs of rupees. Who is going to support, who is going to provide this kind of raw material for our own research development. So these are the few suggestions I would like to put forward to the people from the regulatory bodies, people who are involved in the policy making. May kindly note it for the strengthening the R&D infrastructure and making the research and development accessible, equitable to everyone. Thank you all for hearing, and now we can go for the next session.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Professor C.C. Tripathi, Director, National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Bhopal, to felicitate our esteemed eminent panelists. Starting with Dr. Manoranjan Mohanty, Director, ICAR, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal. Next, Dr. Deepak Saxena, Director, Indian Institute of Public Health, Gandhinagar. Followed by Professor Vijay J. Fulari, Vice Chancellor Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Next, Dr. Manisha Madkaikar, Director, ICMR, National Institute of Immunohematology, Mumbai. Professor Nilay Khare, Dean, RNC, Maulana Azad, National Institute of Technology, Bhopal. Thank you, sir. Now, may I invite Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, S&T Niti Aayog, to kindly felicitate the moderator, Professor C.C. Tripathi, Director, National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Bhopal. Thank you, everyone. We have an arrangement of high tea at the backstage. I request you all to please enjoy your tea and then assemble here for a guided visit to the iconic Gujarat Science City, an inspiring space where science comes alive through interactive exhibitions, innovations and experiences that truly embody the spirit of discovery. Thank you. After high tea, there is a group photo at the back side near the panel.